Okay. Okay. Let's get started. Good evening. Hey, Chris Jones. How are you? You being kept up late? How's things? um. Yeah. It's an early stream. 4 hours now, right? We had a week of a shorter gap, I suppose. Nice. Fortunately, I do not communicate with my family a lot in the UK, so the time zone doesn't often strike me. Okay. That's awesome. We're looking at systems with a pizza. Okay. Yeah, it does. It's just this week. The clocks go back here at the end of this week, so yeah, this Sunday. So yeah, fun while it lasts, right? Okay. Do we still have Draw IO working in here? Yes, we do. Okay. It's working in dark mode as well. I've been watching 8 out of 10 Cats Does Countdown. I've kind of got into that. I found it on YouTube, so kind of hooked on that right now. So I miss the sense of humor and the direct speaking. It's so finding good British quiz shows online is a must. Ian Ginicus, how are you? So yeah, we've just been blitzing 8 out of 10 casters countdown on YouTube. You have internet. That is progress, right? Oh dear. So forgive me if I'm being a little quiet. We might have to see how this goes because talking is tickling my throat a little bit. I don't think I'm sick. It's just struggling. So I'm going to take that machine I spent so much time installing Arch and go in and install Windows 10. Oh, fun. You can find. Oh, okay. You gotta do it that way. Yeah. If you have a VPN, you might be able to get ITV Hub, Channel 4 on demand, I think. Yeah, I think some of them work. Some of them recognize that you're on a VPN and just block you. But yeah, it would. I subscribe to all sorts of services. We watch. So I miss British television, and we get BritBox and whatnot. So I don't mind paying for them. Unfortunately, they do not put 8 out of 10 cats or 8 out of 10 cats because there's countdown on demand. So yeah, we see how that goes. But so we watch a lot. My wife loves things like Midsummer Murder, and we like a lot of Agatha Raisin and and Poirot, and yeah, so we get to watch a lot of stuff like that. Yeah, BritBox isn't bad. There's some things that I'd love to see him put on it, and yeah, we love it when Death in Paradise comes around. But there's a whole load of great British television. The thing about the British is they're still willing to, there's still a great deal of sarcasm and direct talking. Politics is not necessarily the be all and end all. So, they're willing to mock themselves, mock others, and take it in good faith, and it just makes for some entertaining television. And American TV is just a little bit too cautious. So, yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Some of them, the licenses and stuff. Yeah. Um, but there's always YouTube. Someone's always put it on YouTube. You can always catch it when they don't recognize it. Although some of the videos we're watching, there's 1.7 million views on them, so I assume the copywriters have had them. So yeah. So what we're working on tonight. Okay, so as I said last week, Tuesdays will be about whatever project we are currently working on that is kind of collaborative in nature. It might be we are working on it together. It might be we are discussing it. Thursdays will be mobile stream, and Saturdays will be developers.stream. And I'll probably do every other week for developers.stream, every other week for the Saturday stream. So the focus, I've been thinking a lot about how to do this, because obviously we kind of broke through this last week, and we kind of explored just throwing out terms and ideas, what the components of this system might look like. And there's a reason domain-driven design done on the streams fails, right? And I've really tried to understand that for a long time, because some of it's down to understanding, some of it's down to just being able to relay and the interaction necessary. So I have decided I'm not going to try and make this a perfect project. What I'm going to aim for is building out enough components of this that it kind of gets people able to kind of get the ideas and pull the components down and run it themselves, or build on it themselves, or add to it and kind of take it from there. So what I've got to do this evening, in my mind, is kind of pick an area to focus on. Obviously, the easiest area of the entire system is to kind of pick the website, the entry point, or something like the inputs, right, where we can generate pizzas or recipes or whatever and whatnot. The least complex component is probably the website part, because we can always back the website part with bits of data to make it look right. And we're not going to take it to the point of adding identity or things like that. We're not going to make this super serious, but I kind of want to get the components in and start to be able to send messages around the system and try and look at those pieces and learn a bit more about how, why, what they mean, and kind of use it as an excuse to discuss some of the things as we go along. So if people want to be engaged, they can be engaged and talk more about the ideas. So yeah, that is kind of my goal, is to make it a system on which knowledge can be built. We could all talk about it. You can hop in and out of the stream if you're engaged. There's pieces we can do. Once I get it to a certain point, it'll be easy to pick up another component and make it work, right? So you can build on that knowledge. So the idea will be, once we've got the backbone of the system working, we start talking about technologies. Someone could check it out and do what they want with it, right? And add what they want. They don't have to do a pull request. They can just take it and experiment with it in their own way. And also it'll allow us to discuss some of the design decisions, look at the discussions we might have, and yeah. So, you know, what else do I want to say there? Yeah, I'm not sure. So basically, I'm not going to try and dig deep into every single area because it slows things down. People get bored, people disconnect, and the conversation can't keep going. So there's no benefit in me trying to say, okay, now let's go and do this really. Let's build all the stories out. Let's do all that, because people just don't want to do that. I'll still mention it. I'll still talk about those pieces and where we might plan stories or we might debate something or whatever. But I don't want to get in the weeds, and I'm scared of getting in the weeds, because getting in the weeds, people get bored. And when it's a stream, it's easy to just hit the X on the tab, right? Or just navigate away to some other stream. So I'd rather keep people engaged where we can. So what I'm going to do to begin with is I want to get a basic website up and running, right? And we'll create a page for an account, right? So registration of a user. And then we'll introduce, so what I'm thinking here is grid off. I kind of like the gridless view. What I'm thinking here is we have, no, I don't want that. I kind of want a few text boxes. No, this is not DDD modeling. This is evening viable. And how best to capture how best to capture what I just said about this. I need to relay that because it'll confuse. Were you here for what I just said, viable, or you just joined in? Okay. So we did this last Tuesday. Forgive me if I can't remember whether you were there specifically or not, but we kind of went through this exercise last Tuesday. And, you know, the one thing I've got to avoid is boredom of those watching and moving outside my knowledge zone. You know, I don't know this domain. This is a mind map. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of develop the components. We can discuss as we go, build out the rough structure of things, and then we can talk about, you know, we can upload it and people can take parts and add things in and kind of, you know, hook in whatever technologies they want to do and just build out something that's we can discuss and talk about designs. I don't want to use the term DDD because I don't want to, you know, I'm not a domain expert in pizza. I've eaten my fair share of pizza, but it does not an expert make me. And ordering pizzas and all the complex pieces, we have people who obviously come in the stream that know enough about the domain or components of the domain, but I don't want to turn it into trying to think how to term it. I don't want to turn it into a dry discussion about all the true, by the way, about all the component pieces and everything like that. I want to kind of focus on the technologies, the ideas, build it out in a way that is you can kind of envision this and build pieces in. So what I was going to do there is talk about technologies. Evening, Greg. How are you? Welcome. Out of 4 people in the chat, 3 are from the UK right now, so we're doing good. So yeah, I don't know how to capture that necessarily because that'll change slightly as we go forward. But basically, I don't want to get in the weeds. I want to make it entertaining, but I also want to make it engaging enough that we can ask questions, we can talk about component pieces. So my thought is we use Blazor for the website, for the customer website. We'll use mass transit. So part of what I want to do here, I'm doing good. It's Tuesday. Actually, it's Tuesday, and I have next week. I have a 2-day week. So, yeah, that's a good sign. I have 3 days booked off next week. So basically, what I'm trying to focus on and get to is the communication between these systems. Well, so kind of this will go into more distributed systems as far as microservices, as far as you can write your own microservices to add into this. You can play with the design if you want to. You can break these things down differently, and we'll distribute this diagram as the starting point. But basically, for things that need to tell other systems about data or actions, we'll use mass transit. When we need to distribute data, we'll use Kafka, right? And we'll experiment with how they work, talk about, is this the right thing for this job? Does it fit this need? I'm not afraid to write something and rip it out again, right? Which is, I think that is something that as a developer, you can't get too committed to any code you write, right? You can't assume that the first pass at something when you don't understand the domain or you don't understand the everything you're doing, right? Then you have to be willing to adapt. First Sale just launched an e-commerce boilerplate. What is that? Nice design. Darn it, multitasking already failed. He said notifications, events in mass transit, and data. That is my initial goal, yes. So customer created is the first one we'll get to, right? And the customer being created is an event that happens, right? Create customer is a direct command. Right? So, if we have, we kind of didn't discuss this, and we probably need to build this out a little bit more. But basically, hey, Injagoda, good evening. But basically, creating a customer will do something, but then the customer being created will be an event that happens that triggers the need for other components of the system to do something. If it's just data that needs to be transferred around the system, right, then we will look at Kafka and we can talk about the differences between the two systems and why one suits a certain style better than more than another. Now, I'm not an expert on mass transit. I haven't used mass transit in a long time. I haven't touched service bus stuff in a long time. So there's going to be some teething issues there with understanding some of the concepts. Because last time I used mass transit or in service bus, MSMQ was the thing. And having recently spent time talking about mass transit and Rabbit, I've realized that there's a lot of pieces of mass transit that I just don't, well, more specifically Rabbit's implementation of the queues, etc., that I just don't get my head around. Yep. So we're going to start basically with covering the website component, and we're going to focus on creating a customer, registering the customer for the first time. All right, what does that mean? So we're gonna have we're gonna have to have some form of customer system here. and I will share updated versions in the Discord. I will make sure that I keep not much. So basically, you know, I've said that what I want to do with this is I don't want to get in the weeds as far, and I think I've said this to you anyway. I don't want to get in the weeds as far as worrying about the perfect design or going through all the individual steps and doing user stories, etc., and all those pieces. Those are pieces we understand. What I want to do is focus more on the technology and design of the software. So, drilling into things and kind of focusing on how they work and discussing what we've done, but also then allowing people to take what we've built and add in their own parts. So if I do create account, if you want to take the system and tinker around with it and add something in, you can do that very simply. Is there such a thing as a perfect design? No. And I kind of said that before, right? As a developer, you have to be willing to change. You have to be willing to redo or rip things out and start again and not panic. No worries, Unicus. Hey, Mr. Anhorn, how are you? You are on point today. So we're gonna look at mass transit. We're gonna look at not Raven. We'll tinker with some Kafka. So we'll look at the use cases, maybe discuss why we could use Kafka over something else. And this isn't all going to happen tonight, right? Just line up. Just line up. Wow. What we built out last week in just over an hour and a half was incredible from a discussion standpoint, and we're never going to build all this. So the focus will be on building certain parts of this and using it as springboards, diving boards, jumping off points to discuss, how you might do something differently, opinions on what you should do. I really would like to see let's get to the point where people can have an opinion on this, right? And I think that's the most important part is that discussion and understanding of the technologies and the uses. So we're gonna use Blazor for the custom website. We're gonna use Mass Transit. We're gonna use Kafka. There'll definitely be some Mongo in here. That's how it does it. Okay, so we can space them out. That's spaced. That's spaced. Don't mind me. So we do need another tag in here. Let's see if this one works. That won't work there. That's just silly. Let's move accounting down a bit. Let's move cash flow pricing. Let's move this over here. Let's see if we can get that to join up. That, no, that. No, we're gonna go that. Yeah, there we go. No. There we go. Okay. So we need to store customers, and oh no, we don't do that one. We do this one. There's better charting tools, but I'm not paying for them. Sorry, but as dedicated as I am to making the stream at least educational enough that it's good, but I don't want to I don't want to spend ridiculous amounts of money on software I barely ever use. So we got to track accounts, addresses. Right? Maybe those could be accounts. You are on fire. Assuming we're not talking about GDPR and you literally mean stuffing customers in my database. Are you just in a punchy sort of mood today? We need preferences or favorites, maybe. Let's do preferences. Let's do favorites. History. Let's do history. Okay. Okay. So again, we're going to focus on account tonight. We're going to really try and just break some pieces out and get the ideas going. And then if we get further, then great. If we don't, then that's okay too. So I'm not going to worry. I'm not going to worry about design. I'm not going to worry about necessarily cleanliness of the code of the actual overall system. I'm going to focus more on getting the functionality in there, so we can start to wire the pieces up and see where we get. Now, a couple of weeks ago, we were able to get Kafka and Rabbit and Mass Transit installed and running, so we do know that it's possible. We just need to tinker with that a little bit and get those pieces working. So we'll add to this technology list over time. So let me do this. Save as. Put that in OneDrive. Development. Save that there. Basically. I need to, at some point, we're going to have to work on some bot stuff to make the channels go live in my own advertisements. So far, Mr. Anhorn is the only one that actually uses the stream advertisements. I really keep, every time I see it, I'm like, I need to do that. So I'm going to share, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the actual draw.io file in the Discord, which I'll have to do later because that drive's not mapped there. Okay. Yeah. I was trying to hard stream last night. My apologies for not joining. I am testing for my orange belt though. My in a couple of weeks' time. That's why I was not attending the stream, because I was exhausted. What's the best way to relay stream updates? I always feel bad asking that, because I'm like kind of self-conscious of, do people really care? Do they just turn up if you're there? But do you use Twitter? Do you look at the Discord? Yeah, we'll get a Twilio Twilio service running. But sometimes it happens. It's not possible to stream. Nice, congrats. It gets scary when you get raids that big. Okay. I'm trying to think about how I'm going to start this. Okay, well, first, we need a very important part. We need a project name. Unless we just want to go with a nice, boring Pizza Emporium. Raids surprisingly don't come when you actually want them to come. When the code's working fine, and everything's going well, and the code's just flowing, and everything looks smooth, and you can talk about it. Pizza as a service. Yeah. When you want to struggle to talk, and yeah. Yep. We just want to do pizza as a service. Pass. Okay. So I'm going to do it this way. Blank solution. Okay. I can't fix that right this second. The noise reduction's turned all the way up to the top, and I've actually taken the side off the PC to try and make it cooler so it doesn't ramp. I've also put the fans at maximum speed. Oh, no, hold on. That's not a maximum speed, is it? Why are you... Why? That's not maximum speed, is it? What do you think that isn't wired correctly? That shouldn't... basically, that shouldn't be variable when it still is. Know what it was. Mediator handles a strut. I fixed it everywhere, but not here. Whole stream trying different things to I notice my handle is great as a strut. Ouch. I try not to swear on stream. The time I'm streaming, I'm pretty sure it's always adults, but I try not to. So I kind of keep the stream. I'm frustrated because I just want to fix that. I mean, look, it's not even hot. The computer is not struggling to cool itself. It's just the variable speed on the fans just it keeps ignoring me. Oh well. So yeah, forget the time. I'll have to rip the computer out. Okay, so we're gonna do D dev projects stream pass pizza as a service. Like set to extreme, those fans shouldn't fluctuate, and it's not the case fans; it's the fans on the actual cooler that are doing it. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So if pizza as a service. So what we're going to do here is we're going to focus on one specific part right now. And this is where my diagramming skills go really bad. So I'm just going to do it in the quickest possible way. We're going to create an account, right? Which is going to... so let me diagram this in an at least readable way. Website. That's going to send the create account, right, into the customer's system. which is then going to publish an event, the account created event, right? So in our diagram, we create the account through here. We publish, we send a command to create the account, because the customer service is going to listen to that command. They care about being told a customer is being created, right? It's got olives on it. So the command will go through to the customer service. The service will then publish the event customer created. At that point, billing may get set up. Accounting may get notified that a new customer signed up or whatever. Employees, no. Inventory, no. Other things may need to care. If we have marketing, marketing may care a customer signed up, right? So there are things that these other services may care about, right? A customer signing up, the billing might need to prepare some data. It might need to trap some information to say, okay, this customer is available. The marketing department, obviously, a customer signed up, they're going to care. So what we're going to do is we're going to use that as a basis to discuss other things, right? We're going to talk about, overall, we need to talk about what events, what commands should flow through the system, analyze all these pieces. And, if it ends up on stream, we do this, or you go and take the code and run with it, then that's fine. You can build your own components. And the idea is you would be able to, with the basis of this, if you want to go and build an inventory system in Go or an accounting system in Python, you can do those things because we're using Service Bus to distribute them. And that helps hammer home the whole distributed system, microservices architecture. So each one of these systems could actually consist of many services themselves, right? That's the thing to remember. Nothing says these are a service. These are just top level things. And we can kind of go into those pieces as we go through them. And we may go through and decide the technology is bad, or we need to rip things out. And we're gonna do that. No, I've never liked olives. Olives taste like ashtrays. Smell. I just don't know. I've never liked olives. I don't like asparagus, olives, hummus, or anything that's gravel-like. I'm not scared of trying foods, but yeah. No, I've tried olives in both sides of the Atlantic, and I can guarantee I don't like olives. No hummus. It's like eating gravel. And what's the other one? There's a few foods like that I can't eat. Ugh. I'm the opposite. My wife likes certain olives. I don't pay attention. It's a texture thing. Well, I'm sure I would, you know, I'm not opposed to trying foods again. That's never the problem. It's just if someone says, this is delicious, you'll like it, I will prove to them that I don't. And it won't be out of stubbornness. It will be out of pure. My fear is that I find a food that I generally don't like normally, but there's one preparation of it that's really good, and then I could never get it again. Yeah, I wouldn't be beyond stubborn. There's no point. Okay, so let's go to command. Yeah, lobster. I've had pretty good lobster, and I wouldn't go out my way for lobster. There's better seafoods than sea cockroaches. Ah, that's what I did. Okay. Well, so my wife's father was a commercial fisherman, and he said if fish ever smells like fish, don't eat it because it's bad. Fish shouldn't have a smell if it's fresh. That was the rule I got taught. The smell you associate with fish, like fishmongers and yeah, um, if it smells like that, don't eat the fish. Because fresh fish has no smell. It is just fresh fish. The smell of the fishmongers and the docks is because there's been lots of fish that's sat there, or yeah. Oh dear. CPC Matt. No, Rabbit MQ. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Someone's been working extremely hard to derail for the entire time, and I will say that I'm trying. I'm trying to stay on task. Okay. So here's what we're going to aim for. This is this evening. This small piece represents a component of this, a component of this, right? And we're gonna aim for that, right? Absolutely. Okay. Oh, that's what I was doing there. So I was gonna start up RabbitMQ, Docker compose up -d. And if we remember, that had a website associated with it, which was Docker ps-a is going to tell us 27017. No, that's Mongo. 25672. Show us what again? Sorry, the Docker, or the chart, or the diagram. Second diagram. Okay, this one. I've eaten lots of gravel. Yeah, many face plants off the bike. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna create a basic account. We're gonna create a basic website page, right? So we're just gonna start a Blazor page. We're gonna whack some controls in there. No style, no nothing. We're just gonna regular inputs. We're gonna get it to the point where we can enter something. So we're gonna capture a name, an email, a phone number. Do we need phone number? No, we don't need phone number at this point. We're not going to capture a phone number because that's not part of creating an account. So there's a reason I'm kind of rushing through this part. Then we're going to make the command happen that actually sends that, and we're going to look at the pieces we need for getting mass transit to send a command to another service. We're going to create that other service, the customer system, and then we're going to we're going to publish an account created event, and maybe depending on time, we will get to whatever these represent, right? So yeah, so the account created event will publish. We can see it in not this tool, because apparently is that an HTTPS 5672. One day we'll get this. Uh, 15672. There we go. And that was guest and guest. And we'll turn dark mode on for the sake of everyone's eyes today. I still want your phone number, so even have systems. So those requirements would normally come from these guys, I would imagine. So they've been coming in as contact methods, right? So if I never actually go to order, they can still send me stuff, or they can text message me or whatever. They'll sell the details as well, right? That's like, if you enter your phone number, you kind of implicitly agree normally to have your details sold on and that company to make money. I actually had to sign up for a gas account the other day, and as they said, if you got a number, is that a cell phone? Yeah, okay. So by giving us your number, you consent to. I'm like, what? And basically, it was, you consent to have us sell your details by giving us your number, but I don't want to give you my number. Then you can't have the account. This doesn't seem like it's fair. So yeah. Yeah. And I block at least 3 numbers a day texting me about weight loss pills. Now, so awesome. Okay. So let's create a Blaze wrap. So I'm going to try and be good and organize these into directories. And this will be, so first discussion point. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get all sorts. It's the people must know they're just getting blocked all the time. So I wonder what the conversion rate is on a lot of their crap. Okay, so this is the website component. So basically, what I'm again, I'm not aiming to do anything DDD, right? That is not my goal. But we will have to split things out for organization's sake, and we will have to. Why did you just select everything but that one? We will have to kind of pull apart the system a little bit to understand the organization. We can talk about naming. We can talk about all sorts of things in here. So this is kind of the first place, right, where we kind of need a box. And it's not just a website. This might actually consist of other pieces that need to do its job, but all fall under the interaction of let's put it under customer interactions. So let's Blaze a website. We're going to make a server app. We don't need to make it more complicated than it needs to be. Yeah, I'm the same ancient coder. I just ignore every phone number. If you can't leave a voicemail that isn't, if you do not call back, you will go to jail. They're always fun. Oh, your social security number has been cancelled. Really? So we're gonna kind of use the folders in Visual Studio plus separate the code out underneath to try and keep the code as organized as possible, because this is going to get complicated real fast once we start adding a few services in here, and we're going to struggle. I kind of like this method of naming for things, but underneath it creates kind of messy namespaces, right? So we're going to go with gamer dot customer dot website. Oh, you can do that with Twilio. Yeah. Yeah, you can do the voice stuff with Twilio. The bot stuff as well. You you want to see a big product library? Theirs is quite an offering. Okay, so I'm just going to put everything on the gamer for right a second. So gamer.customer.website. We don't need customer interactions or anything, but namespacing it will at least. Let's see how well this does with Blazor. So far, I'm not being impressed with. Yeah. So I'm trying to namespace this in a way, right? So I don't use the namespace up here. So some people will namespace everything at this level as well. Well, it's part of the pizza as a service thing, right? I'm just going with the company name, which I'm not being creative right now. It's just gamer. Customer.website, right? Although you are right. I just don't want to put acronyms in, and pizza's kind of too. Well, names for the namespaces of the services. You know what? That's staying as that is right this second. We can debate that part later. But if I was a company building this, right, that would be my name. That would be my company name there. That wouldn't be the product name, right? So that first part would be the organization name that's building the library. Then I'm putting it under the customer and then website. So website is this specific component of the product that is customer. I doubt that. So we got a website. And we now need to rip out the garbage. And that. No. Because we're not building this for interaction through anything else. We're building this to be a website that does the things. If we want to later on talk about, do we want an API? Would that be useful? That would be an option. But right now we have a very specific purpose, right? Unless you're thinking if I build it as an API, we can put different UIs on the front of it, which would be another challenge entirely. But for right now, we are creating the website for the actual customer to sign in and ultimately order things from. I'm trying to think through as I say that. But actually, that brings up a good point with something like Blazor, where you're creating an actual website. Those pieces aren't as, you have to work extra hard to split out the functionality from the actual site. If you wanted to build it out as an API, or we want to split that out, that would actually be a little harder to break out again, right? But I won't put it behind a web API now if I know I'm building it with Blazor, because then I'd have a website calling a website. Well, website calling a web service. Yeah. Well, that's kind of, again, part of my goal here is to start those sorts of discussions by not overthinking it straight out, and be able to talk about those things, about the design, why it's wrong or why it's right, and use this as a real good basis for building off of. So overall, there's a large system there that we've kind of built either on stream or together with contributions. We can discuss things like that. But right now, I don't know what I need because I don't understand the domain enough, right? And what would a module for customers, stores, menus, orders, etc. look like? These will be services. These don't necessarily become part of an API. Nice, right? This website microservice is going to spend data to RabbitMQ, Rabbit Kafka, and it reliably hands off at that point. So it's like, instead of querying a central SQL DB from all its domains, you push the data to separate queue servers. Well, queue servers, yes. So the idea of this is basically, I'm going to take this part, this part, this part, this part, this part, select it. Select all the lines in between. Do. Right. So again, this isn't going to be perfect. This is going to be, this can be more for discussion than it is for achieving an actual application, because the more I try and achieve an actual application, the less involved people will get, right? Because it will be my opinion, or it'll be your opinion, and then next week you're not here and I do something different and you lose track of it and it gets harder to follow, and so you don't bother. I want to make everything about discussion and about, building bits as we go. Yeah. And some of this will be that exploration, right? Like, oh wow, there is a realization there. We could have done it like that, but we didn't do it like that because, So for right this second, website here is a very deliberate attempt. Yeah, we can learn those things, right? I really have come to believe that if you go out and try and architect something when you don't fully grasp everything that it is, nice. It is really hard to try and build clever into it, right? You try and build in more than you need. You end up with fluff and over engineering, right? We can build through this and kind of talk about the concepts as we go, and then refactor. And I do not mind ripping code out, right? So if we build the minimum pieces, and even if I get to the end of this evening stream and everyone goes, oh no, that's wrong, that's horrible, let's not do it that way, right? Then I'm happy next stream to rip it out and do it again, or to take pull requests against it and review them and assess them as opinions on how it should be done, right? I'm not going to have someone come in the stream and say, you should do it this way because, right? Because I think that's actually harmful to the process. And that's why I really do believe that a team owns the code, not an architect, not a designer. They can have opinions on how it should be done, but at the end of the day, an architect is a 2,000-foot view of the system, not in the weeds of the day-to-day. And if you try and build too much too soon, you end up with a mess because it's based upon opinions you had too early. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove, we want the nav menu. The nav menu can stay. We're going to remove these options. We're going to get your standard, friendly Blazor site up and running. Let's remove that. Welcome to Pizza Emporium. No. Welcome to Pass. Pizza as a service. Let's create a page. We'll actually do a page for this because we don't want to worry too much. So is it Razor page or select that, or Razor component still? I think it's Razor component still. I'll select. And this is going to be new account. Yeah. Because that's not confusing. And this is going to be new account. H3. Register. Edit form. And let's put in. So again, I could go the path of doing stories, right? And we could spend a great deal of time. We could look at this, and we could go through. We could look at. Sorry, I keep going back to the browser, forgetting I put in code. We could take all this and say, okay, we now want to build all the stories out of this, and we could happily spend a couple of weeks doing those planning items and building out stories. And we need this, and we need this, and we've gone through that experience together, right? The challenge is if you lose interest, if it gets a little hard, if someone doesn't agree with you, and you don't want to create an issue, you're going to disconnect, right? So I'm going to bumble through, get code in there, get the pieces in there, and discuss how we might do something or point it out. That's why I'm not focusing on stories. I'm not focusing on the refinements. I'm just doing code the way that you would do if you were asked to rush something through. How do you balance, though, forcing use of modern technologies over a more junior member of the team wanting something older that they seem very attached to? How do you balance, though, forcing use of modern technologies over a more junior member of the team? Well, I mean, you've got the team, right? The team is what the team is. What you need to do is, no one on the team, everyone in the team is not going to agree 100% of the time. People have preferences, but the thing is, you've got to do what's good for the team, for the project, right? Don't acquiesce to childish demands because they don't want to work a certain way, and that sounds a little cruel, but you can't just say, okay, because you don't like using it that way, we won't do it, right? Otherwise, you're holding yourself hostage to your development team, right? You're holding progress hostage to your development team, or your development team's holding progress hostage. But you kind of just need to get that consensus of, okay, what tools are we actually using? What can we agree on? Where do we disagree? Where do we separate? Are there options? Right? If it's a tooling thing, if one person likes using Visual Studio Code and one person likes using Rider, are there any things conflicting there that stop them from doing that? If there are, then you need to make sure that you standardize as a team. And if they don't like that, they've got an option, right? If that's the worst that and I honestly believe in fun. I now take that for granted. I can get Windows downloaded and installed in less than 30 minutes. Um, yeah. Um, well, yeah, and speed. Nice. Um, okay, so a customer's going to have a first name. Do we want to just do name? Do we want to be a little bit more accepting of? I think that's the right way to do name now. Do we assume first and last name, or do we do name? Um, we still do. I thought there was a move away from first name, last name, or first name, surname. Being that there are several British members in the chat, we are going to go with surname because I do feel happier with surname. Right? Is that what the rule is? I haven't done customer entry in a long time, but I do know that assuming a surname is um, can be troublesome. So we're gonna have a name. Yeah. Um, and we said we're gonna have an email, right? Well, I mean, my surname, right? Burns-Dyson. The number of computer systems in the world that can cope with a hyphen, the number of people that understand what a hyphen is also shockingly low. But, you know, I've had colon, apostrophe, underscore, but, you know, that double-barreled surname confuses all manner of systems. It's still, my passport never matches my real name. My driver's license does, but some computer systems just can't cope with it. Like, really? Yeah, I love using the plus to to great effect for categorization of emails. Yeah, yeah, separate characters in there. Yep. Okay, so we're gonna go first name, surname, email. Do we think we want any more? If you're signing up for a pizza site, you're signing up because you need to order a pizza. We're not doing single sign on. We're not being that clever. Um, what do we want to do? We want to collect just first name, name one, name two. Well, I'm good with first name, surname. That's fine. But yeah, we'll email. Do we want phone number? I don't think we need phone number. Model equals. That's not the type, is it? That's the actual public customer model get set equals new. There we go. It's model. Because surname. I've missed putting that in forms. Yeah, that's the thing. If we don't require one, then we're okay, as long as one's big enough in whatever data structure we choose. Okay. Research time. Yeah. Uh, how do we handle forms like this for distributed systems? So we have an after page that pings the other systems for customer form data. Well, that's kind of what we're going to go into. Yeah. Um, what technologies are available? Why that's a challenge, right? So again, part of the reason I'm doing this the way I'm doing right now is because those will become glaringly obvious, and obviously you've tackled those sorts of things, right? But I'm deliberately going through in a here's next approach because it's the discussions that come from every single piece of the process that I've had and had different ways of challenging it. And what I want to see is, the again, like I said last week, I enjoy the interaction of this, right? I enjoy the talking about this. I enjoy the design component of this. So, yeah, as you say though, what's going to happen is, right, the website has to also react to this, right? Because the website's technically now sat there waiting for something to happen, right? So how do we deal with that? How do we deal with telling the website, "Yep, you're good, proceed. The account's been registered." Is it good enough that it comes back that way? I don't think it is, but yeah, yeah. So there's a few solutions to how to deal with those things, right? Um, and then we can look at other systems that have done that and what the experiences we've had on websites. But yeah, it, uh, collecting sexual orientation, we don't need that. We don't care. That's not a okay. That's so. This is worthy of discussion, right? This is not discussion right this second, but something as simple as this, right? If you're designing a system, if you're building that new system, you're basing these decisions upon previous decisions. How do you know? How do you know when you're developing a brand new system what current standards there are, what methods there are for not politely, um, correctly and inoffensively gathering certain pieces of data, right? What do you need? Are you asking how to immediately review the new state from another route? Like, would it be up to date? No. Like, how do I? Yeah, yeah. We'll get there. Um, okay, so this is it value? I always forget this part. Is it bind value equals model dot first name placeholder equals first name. Yeah. So, but yeah, again, these are things that you really take for granted, and you, just from experience, you do in one way. But how do you keep up with those things? How do you, make sure that what you're collecting is right? How, whose job is that? Who do you feel whose job it is? Give me the business analyst. Do you have a business analyst for your developments? I almost did it out of habit then. We're going to put surname just because I want to. Exactly. Ancient Coder's point, not you showing off with I have two. Do you own the company yet? Because it sounds like you get the pick of projects as well. So, I'm not jealous. Yeah, when you're the business analyst, when I first became a programmer, my job was actually my title was back then business analyst, right? I was a programmer, but it was also my job to go to the people who were going to use the system and identify their needs. So I get basically a piece of paper that said what the user was requesting. My job was then to go to that user and ask them all the questions I needed to be able to do the job, document that, and then plan out the development in minute detail, then propose how I was going to do the development. Yeah, well, that is a common problem, and then go through that process and keep iterating. Well, not keep iterating. Once we got enough, go to the user and say, "Is this what you wanted?" And they'd say no. So I learned a lot about asking questions and trying to ask the right questions. But what it really did teach me is iteration is the best path, right? Don't do more than you need. Do what you need, and then verify before you go too far and make assumptions. Because every time you make an assumption, you end up with a problem, right? That's another problem. When you're talking to people directly, they're going to use you as a support conduit. And when they have a kind of good relationship with you, they consider you as being, oh, they'll just get onto that. They'll fix that. It'll be fixed. They kind of tend to try and get around those barriers because they see them as blocks, right? If they have to report an issue, but they've got a direct line to you, they're like, oh, whoa, could you just fix this? It happens all the time. And, for me, my development team, I kind of said, I don't want them talking to the users. The users are in the office, and it kind of created a bit of a frostiness. But there are people on my team that care about what they do. And what's going to happen is they're going to get distracted. They're going to actually start researching things and fixing things without actually accounting for the work. And they probably would willingly do it and still get the other work done. But it's not fair to ask them to do that. And it's not fair for them to do it because they just make it harder on themselves, because eventually those same users will expect more and more. It can seem... Is it? But no, there is no button group in Bootstrap, right? It is obstructive to some extent, but it is necessary to protect your development team, to protect you from. It can also result in undocumented regressions. If someone thinks they're doing something helpful, oh yeah, I need that, don't I? To make it look nice. Form control. I always forget these parts. Playing with Developer Stream the other day got me really frustrated with the styles and pages. Hey, Red Impulse Kill. Yes, Blazor. For right a second. Class equals btn primary. So this is not specifically a Blazor app. We're just using Blazor to get something done. Submit. This evening we are working on our Pizza as a Service application. It is really a kind of a dive into some technologies and a brief overview, and kind of going into some distributed computing components. So, yeah. So this evening we're focusing on create the account. So the website is what we're working on right this second, and then we'll move to creating the actual commands using mass transit and RabbitMQ, and then publishing events from that and dealing with those pieces. And that's the focus of this evening stream, of part of a larger idea. Okay, so we should have a form. No. I hate that. I hate that refactoring hides. Now build. No. How do you get behind the code? It's because the code's compiled behind it. I understand that part. But how do I get there? Nope. You don't see the problem? If you remember, I renamed the namespace. I renamespaced it, but now it won't compile because the website, the original namespace, isn't there. But how do I get there? It's down to 3 errors. That's fine. I understand that one. Come on. Rebuild. What? Okay, so first lesson. Don't rename space a Blazor project because it doesn't go well. The errors are it doesn't like having the namespace renamed underneath. Nope, now it's lost all sense. There we go. That's fine. Now you should build. There we go. Well, to be fair, I went in here, rename spaced it to try and set some standard, and then I broke. I refactored, and yeah. Okay, so we want to move that in here. Yep. Oh, I'm being mean. Wanting to do things that would be easy in every other place. Okay, so we do need one more thing. So it was good that it didn't compile. We'll just call this register. How do we do nav link? Is this right? And that's a new account. Give it time to mature. I just don't like the crying and the being sick. Okay. So we have a form, we have a submit button. We're off to a good start. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to do it anymore. It's too difficult. Create Git repository. Good point. We should probably turn. There we go. Another segue. Do we? I mean, autocomplete obviously for me can be damaging. Um, in general, I don't synchronize this machine with my other machines, so my search history shouldn't come up or my names or whatever. So I shouldn't dox myself. Um, but it is worth. If this was real, you'd kind of want autocomplete, right? Um, is that good enough to do that now? Does that actually work? But in reality, you wouldn't want to avoid the customer having that helping hand. No, that doesn't work. That's what I would imagine it would have been, but I can see autocomplete. Oh, shouldn't be. It should be on the field level. No, HTML. It's the new standard. Autocomplete off. I do know that browsers have that. It's actually not standardized or autocomplete HTML. Wow, I just autocomplete. Huh? It's on the form level. I know I've put it on import fields before because there are some things you might want it on, and some things you might not. Let's try it on the form. I mean, again, for this instance, nope. Um, that's on at the form level. Um, yes, 4, 5. So it's been around for a while. Autocomplete equals off being ignored. It's completely ignored. What? No. No, 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 no. Nope. There you go. That's the education for the evening. I think we'll call that done. Chrome unfortunately decided to ignore autocomplete off. So what are you doing in a browser that doesn't recognize it? Okay. If anyone wants to get that, that's fine. Okay. Of all the things they can standardize and agree upon to get us closer than we've ever been at, not having to deal with 10 different browsers and 10 different ways of doing things, you'd think that'd be something that they could agree upon. How not to auto prompt people with data that you've collected in the browser, to just show them how much you're actually tracking. Hey, Dave Flux. I'm good. How are you? You'd think that'd be easier. But anyway, never mind. Okay, so autocomplete __ away. I assume I could make that anything. And it would be fine, but I assume this means it can't possibly conflict with the field name. Play with Signal. Very nice. Having fun? Okay, so now we move to the next part, which is the potentially the harder part. So what we're going to do from here is we've got this. So this is the part we've created, right? We've created a customer account. Ish. Yeah. We're gonna call create account command. So we need the pieces now of Rabbit and service, not end service bus. Sorry for the mic bump. Mass transit. So we're going to learn a little bit about these pieces. Again, I am not an expert on these. I have to learn as I go. But we'll see. So, okay. I'm trying to figure out if I can get Synapse to work with Azure Functions. I would imagine so. Not something I'll play with. I've actually only tried. Well, depends on what you're trying to do. I mean, I've only ever tried an Azure function once or twice. I can kind of see the benefit, especially from microservices perspective. But you're trying to get SignalR to receive from the right. So the SignalR would keep an open connection to the function and then rack up the cost. That's why I was asking, like, in what design is SignalR being used there? Okay. So at this point, we're going to bring up mass transit. So you're maintaining an active connection to your hub through the function to relay the message to the client, or only when. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't tinkered with that enough to. I mean, those in chat will probably have played with that a lot more than I have. Yeah, the configuration is the part I have not touched. Okay, so as Junica's pointed out to us the other week, that there is already configuration for injecting mass transit into ASP.NET Core, so there are components that do it for us. And again, we're gonna go dumb. We're gonna do the closest things we can to start wiring these up, so we can actually talk about the design, why we might want something to live somewhere else, all these things. And Deflux, being there's more people in chat that would possibly be able to help you through that, I'm just letting that conversation go on, and I'm just going to proceed with what I was doing, because I can't really contribute much to that. So, okay, so we're going to include mass transit, and I think we need mass transit ASP.NET Core. Okay. Which is a library from the team that does mass transit. Chris Patterson is the primary person on that tool. Let's install that. Mass transit fully integrates with ASP.NET Core, including DI, iBus control, iBus, iSend endpoint provider, iPublish endpoint provider. Mass transit hosts his service to automatically start and stop the bus, health checks for the bus and receive endpoints, configures the bus to use iLogger factory from a container. So to produce messages from an ASP.NET Core application. Yep, sorry. I'm trying to be good. The below configuration is used. So we are going to do my most favorite thing. Okay, so we've got that in there. We'll do this. Now let's add that. Now, actually, this should work because Blazor's hosted server side, so there should be no configuration difference. I should be okay. And look how they like doing namespaces. Mr. Anhorn does this. We need mass transit RabbitMQ. Okay, yeah, because we've got to include the transport. So mass transit is a layer, and RabbitMQ is the transport mechanism. But mass transport. Okay. Actually, I saw something interesting the other day. They have transports for RabbitMQ, Azure Service Bus, ActiveMQ, Amazon SQS, and in memory. And I was actually looking at their unit tests and their actual code, and they actually are working on a transport using Kafka. So kind of mass transit uses the underlying messaging to represent the concepts of the bus, right? So the underlying queuing system or whatever to represent the concepts of a bus. I have no idea how they would manipulate Kafka into the same way, but ultimately everything's a message. The namespace, yeah, it all works out at the end. So it doesn't really make a difference to how it's done. It's just there used to be an understanding that it did actually change how many times it would pull a namespace in or whatever. I can't remember the specifics, but there was some misunderstanding at some point, or there was a reason at one point why you put them inside or outside, but I don't think it matters at all anymore, if it ever really did. Okay, so in this example, mass transit is configured to connect to RabbitMQ, which should be accessible on localhost and publish messages. So, yeah. So this is going to use some defaults. So it's going to assume that it's localhost and talking to the default ports for RabbitMQ. Right. So obviously, if we were building this for real, this configuration would be very different because we might have a different, a more complicated configuration. So this does have the configurator, I believe. And you can do configure endpoints. So you can give it the multiple endpoints. You can do all sorts of stuff in here. And you can configure all the pieces. But being that we are just going to send a message right now, we don't need to worry about anything there. So we can add mass transit, use RabbitMQ, and then say add mass transit hosted service, which I assume starts another thread up. But you've just installed it. That was too easy, too quick. Going with the other meaning of POS in Windows. Sorry. That was poor. I apologize. So let's see if we can get the endpoint injected in here. It was low and very bad. We don't need an iPublish endpoint. We need an iSend endpoint. So we're not publishing this message, right? We are going to try and send a message. The consumer, along with the receive endpoint, is configured within the add mass transit configuration, separate registration of the consumer. So this is still all within the configuration thing that I linked to before. Dependency should be registered scope to impossible unless they are singletons. That's fine. So we don't need to consume here. What we need to do is send a message, right? And map health checks. That's fine. Yeah, the configuration is what's going to trip me up here. I'm more focused on sending rather than right. I send endpoint. Hold on. Actually, it was in the configuration. It gives me an I send endpoint provider. And then we do on valid submit. We'll worry about validation later, but yeah. Register account. Public async task. Register account. Do I need that or do I need that? Yeah, that. And then we're going to do send endpoint dot send. So now we get into organization. So this is where using Kafka. Hey, Dota, how are you? Using Kafka's kind of spoiled me as far as the configuration because Kafka's a little bit more fire and forget here. Not yet, no. So Kafka's a little bit more flexible in that I can kind of do things without no, I don't think we need weeks. I think we probably have, depending on what you want to do. I'll reiterate after I just finish this, and then kind of where I'm heading. So Kafka is kind of like, I can say I want to publish something, right? I produce a message. It doesn't matter if anybody cares about that message right now, right? Because I don't need those pieces in place, right? I can just publish and say, here's some data. With Service Bus, you kind of need things wired up to say, I am going to receive this, or I care about this message, and things get wired up slightly differently. So those are the configuration issues I'm going to trip up multiple times doing this piece, because I've not configured this. I've never configured RabbitMQ with mass transit properly, and I'm going to get tripped up on that configuration. So yeah. So the way this is going to go, Dota, by the way, is, so we went through all the effort of doing this planning, right? And one of the things I've been considering is how to keep progress going forward and not fall foul of people's interests increasing, waning, and struggling to contribute, and being stuck behind any sort of restrictions. So I'm not gonna focus on it specifically as a, here's how to do a project well, right? Here's how I consider doing a project well. What I'm going to do is focus on the component pieces, put them in place, and try to build a system that you can pick up and you can build out a piece to experiment with. You can build out. We'll save this as part of the project as the SVG. You can build out a component of it and exercise that piece, so you can contribute that back later if you choose to. If someone wants to go off and build something in Python, they can do that and contribute it back later. We can look at those pieces and see how they function differently. There's no, hey, I'm going to take this part, you're going to take that part. You can go and do whatever you want to do with this stuff, and we can kind of discuss it. So it's more focused on, talking about the design, talking about how it implements into the larger system, understanding the complexities of the services. Is this a microservice? Is this a monolith? Can this be broken down? Should it be broken down? Again, these individual components may not be services unto themselves. They may be larger sections that have many services serving them. So the idea is, as we just go forward, just kind of building out on that idea. So we're kind of focused on this path right this second to start getting some of these implementation details kind of so that they're visible. And we have more shared knowledge. So at the end of the stream, I will definitely commit this back to a repository in TBD Friends, and people can go and tinker with it, fork it, do whatever they want to do with it. And yeah. Does that help? Service address. I'm not. I think it does. So I'm just looking at that code briefly. Yeah. Having it in Visual Studio Code means I can't accidentally close it in the browser and stuff. So it is pretty cool. Thank you for mentioning that one. So the challenge here is the right configuration. So a send is a point-to-point. I haven't. The right tool for the job is part of what we're gonna end up exploring as we go through this ourselves. I've done systems. Am I comfortable with them? Do I look on them and say that's perfect? No. So that's why the approach. Hello, by the way, Void. So right now we're focusing on mass transit with RabbitMQ, and we're gonna get these commands working, and hopefully an event before the end of the stream. And then we'll be looking at Kafka and how that might apply, how we'll be using that, and going through those pieces. What am I doing? Okay, yeah, that's what I'm doing. So a send is a point-to-point, right? A publish is a one-to-many. So everyone tells the system, I care about this message, whereas a send, and that's the configuration challenge here, is who tells what, right? Who says I care about this versus I send to this. So the service address, the order service, an order, we submit. What's an iRequest client? Item. Here we go. There we go. That's why. I send endpoint provider. We get the endpoint we want to send to. So we're sending to a queue. On exchange. So we're intending it to go to a specific queue. In that example. Right? So again, we're telling it where we're going to go. Let's go with this for right this second. Let's see if we can get that functioning and see what happens. So var endpoint equals send endpoint dot get send endpoint new URI queue create. No, I'm going to call it register account. So another point, I've referred to it as create account there. Create account there, account created there, right? But right now I'm writing code and I immediately put the word register on there. Hey Turk. Good evening. How are you? So the challenge is, as far as terminology goes, I've got to be clear about what I'm saying, right? I've got to make sure that I'm being consistent. If I can't talk about registering an account and then all the commands say create account, is that right? Should it be register? Should it be create? Some people consider, well, create is kind of the action it does in the database. So really you're not creating an account, you are registering. So just using the wrong word there can confuse people, right? So it is register. I believe it's register. Create is an action internally that happens. Something is created, but that is kind of an implementation detail. It's not necessarily an actual exposed fact, right? But it's important to make sure that you're using the right words, and that someone coming to the system would use the same words. And if you're talking to your business analysts or your product managers and stuff, if they say create account and you say register account, you could, they are slightly separate things, right? And that's a minor scenario, but again, if you're differing on those sorts of words, what other words are you going to differ on? What other aspects are you going to differ on, right? So it's important to make sure that you're being consistent. And if I'm documenting create and then I write register, that's a problem. And I've already done it, right? Not even intentionally. I honestly have not done that intentionally, but I've used different words. It can be. If a concept is technical, then you don't avoid the technical components, right? But even to the wider system right now, I'm registering a customer, right? That's what I'm registering an account, not a customer. I'm registering an account. Internally, in individual services and individual components, I might refer to it as creating an account, because once I get into the weeds of the actual application, then I'm at a technical layer, and that's clear. But if I'm messaging and I'm alerting systems to things happening, if I'm using different, and again, create versus register is a very weak example, but it's more about the naming, making sure that you're consistent. And again, if I'm documenting create account there, and I document that, and then I go and write the code that says register, and people can't find register account anywhere in the system, and they go, let me try create, it's going to confuse. It's going to create a lag and a problem for your greater system. So being consistent there is right. Is important. And the bigger the concepts, the more important that gets. Right? Because it only takes one deviation to stray away from that. And that's the sort of thing, as a team, you kind of agree on that document, on that thing. So yeah, as Void, there are going to be actions that are user focused actions, but if you can represent those things to the larger system, then you can speak in the same language even if a customer's talking about it, right? Which speeds you up massively. If a customer says, I register my account, and you can go, and I actually went through this example with one of my team, one of my PMs today. It was like, the design of the system is very much that if even you open that code, you would know what happened. Sorry, my UPS is clicking on and off, which is not a good sign. If it goes off, I lose the screen, not the machine, but I will also lose the stream. So ubiquitous language, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to avoid the DDD terms, because I don't want to represent this in any way as a here's DDD, because this is no way DDD. This is probably touching on a lot of the concepts, but I don't want to start overlapping and start into that. But yeah, that ubiquitous language isn't just important from a discussing the larger system perspective. It's important that you make sure those concepts go through the system, so that you can get into the code quicker. If that PM managed to open the code, they know where create account or register account was, because we used the right language. And that's the way I kind of design things. So let's see if this works. So we're going to do endpoint.send. No, we're not going to do endpoint.send. It's this. Straight away with consistency. Okay. Endpoint provider is actually what that is. And that's an asynchronous call. So the developers of Mass Transit don't believe in putting async on, which is what most people would do there, right? So that API is immediately difficult. And then we're going to do await endpoint.send. So now we have something to create, right? A message contract. So messages and events kind of cross the bounds of the entire system, right? They may be localized. I'm like, yeah, I put it in Visual Studio Code because then I don't have to worry about closing the browser. And then I click on the browser every single time when I mean to click on here. So the events and commands of the system kind of cross all boundaries, right? Some of them would be localized in terms of their behavior, but as of right now, I don't know what that behavior looks like. Yeah, it still is a standard though, right? It still is a kind of, if you do this, please put async on there. So what I'm saying there is what I'm going to do right now is I'm not going to worry too much about the localization and the refinement of these messages. I'm just going to kind of make sure that they don't sit in any one place, right? So I'm going to create a folder for commands. Going to add a new project, a class library, or right, because most things are async, it's the norm for them to be async. Therefore, it's not as important. Okay. That makes me worry that most things are being written as async when they don't need to be. Well, yeah, but the framework itself being what it is. Yeah. So here we've got the. Let me go open the folder. Dev projects stream pass. So pizza as a service. We have customer interactions, and now I'm just going to create a folder for commands, which is going to have the commands library inside of it. No, we can't. If I do that, I'm going to have a namespacing issue, but no, I won't. No, I won't. Yeah, I'll be fine. No, async to async is very easy if it's already async. True. Okay, and I'm just going to duplicate project name commands. No. Really, I can't have. Seriously, I can't have that. The folder's fine. Okay, let's try that again. Huh. I think what's more telling is the fact that I wasn't going to pick you up on that because I'm like, that's just not the way to do things now. Like pick you up on something like that. Okay, so again, we're not going to overcomplicate this. We're going to have register account. So again, making sure consistency is there. Public string first name, public string surname. Now it's actually bugging me because I'm calling it first name and now I see surname and I'm like, actually last name does look first and last name. Public string email, but I'm being consistent. I'm being. We can debate that later. That's a minor thing, right? So again, my intent, I'm registering an account. My command is register account. That's what I want to do. And this is a library that should be able to be referenced from all the things that need it. No. So how does this API work from them? Is it how I want it to be, or is it... No. If first name equals model.firstname, surname equals model.surname, email equals model.email. And they have the cancellation token because they're going through a web API, through an API, so that's fine. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to see if that even works. So, things we'll talk about ultimately is this the right place to put this code? Where do we put configuration? How do we document these things? There's all manner of things that, even without getting in the weeds of actually trying to develop a real full system, right? If we because no joke, this to develop us as a stream would take years. But we can develop the components and we can start to build on it, and people can take the code, fork it, do what they want with it, and build out their own system pieces with a good starting point. And we can talk about standards and conventions and things like that as we go. I'm really holding back cleaning up the styles of my identity application, but I'm doing it to my edited files. 50 files changed, only 10 Oh. Yeah, when you've got a gajillion files, that's going to take a while. Okay, so what I'm going to do right this second is I'm going to run the application and see what happens. Clean code. So we're going to have Judith Simmons. No idea where I pulled that name from. J Simmons at emailus.com. We didn't get an error because Blazor likes to throw a fit straight away. We do have a register account queue. We have one message in the queue, and that message looks like this. Right, so Mass Transit will wrap all this stuff on top of it, right? So ultimately, RabbitMQ is doing its part, but then it has a payload, and this is all the Mass Transit wrapper, or the what's it called, an envelope. So it gives it an ID. It's got, all the information it needs for routing. For this type of messaging, do we want to send all the data or just a small payload of an ID and the service needs to request it? So you mean so we would own this data and then we publish the fact that we have the data, and then someone can come and ask us for that data? I really need to invest in a good tablet so I can draw things out. So, so partially this is why I don't want to necessarily jump into DDD stuff, because there's obviously opinions on, or not just opinions. There's, when it comes to DDD, the design of the system. But basically, sorry. I have a really dry throat this evening, so the way that I'm considering this, and I'm totally open to the discussion, is each component of the system owns the data it owns, right? So microservices or services, whatever you want to do, these are subdomains, these are bounded context, whatever. The website doesn't own the account, right? The website creates the account. It's the entry point for the system. The messaging in the system, create account, will be picked up by customers. Customers will own the account, right? So this customer's service or the customer's component of the system will own that account. When we publish the account was registered, we're telling all the systems that actually care about that fact happening, we have some data. And what we do at that point is we share the data that we are comfortable sharing with the larger system. That way, the marketing department can pick up the information. The billing department, if we deem it necessary to preload some data. Yeah, we're just sending the command to say, do this. The website doesn't own the data. So we have to identify as part of this who owns what piece of the data, right? In a monolith, all this data is in one table, right? So if I was creating this right now, I'd just create a table called customers, right? So and I'd store it in the data, and then I'd say add an address to the customer, and I'd have I'd have a foreign key to the customer in the address table or something like that, right? I'd design it so that everything got put into one place. But we also don't want everybody else listening to that, since that could create a GDPR nightmare. So that's why this is a command as well. The command only goes to one endpoint, right? The command goes to a very specific place. And GDPR is, again, that does create an issue that we have to know. And again, that's another part of documentation. We need to make sure we know where all the data lives at any one point, right? And who could actually have access to certain pieces of the data, right? Maybe, and that's why, I mean, Kafka has the concept of permissions, and it has ACLs, and you can hook in Active Directories and all sorts. So you can actually secure the data on transport, and you can in Rabbit, I believe. We can secure Rabbit so that the data transport is secured. I don't know about how we auth with mass transit. I don't know if it's a mass transit concern necessarily more than the transport. But again, you're not. Oh yeah, riders. There's Kafka. I'm not worried about that right this second. That's actually putting mass transit. That's putting Kafka into mass transit. Nice. Congrats. Who drew that? That's awesome. That's really cool. What? Why am I not? Oh, because it's not filtered through yet. Okay. I was gonna say I'm a subscriber to you. I wanted to use the emote. Nice. Awesome. Okay. Eventually it'll get to me. So yeah. Yeah, I'm not refreshing the chat window in this right now. So basically, those are the concepts, right? How do we secure the data? How do we make sure the transmission of the data around the system is only accessed by people who should allow access? That's part of the challenge, right? Because if we're distributing the data, yes, only systems within our control have access to the messaging. They only have access to the, yeah. Oh wow, they're cool. I like them. So, we're not going to get into everything there. And maybe we can look at how we secure things as a completely separate component. I would imagine we can allow permissions at some level, and it's probably in the RabbitMQ level that we do that. So that's how we kind of prevent people from having access to the messages, because they're not actually authenticated against the actual endpoints. So for right now, what we do have is we have a queue, and we have a message sat there waiting to be processed, right? And it's a queue, and we can only have one consumer of that. That's the idea, right? So a send is a point to point, right? One system sends it, one system consumes it. There is no other services to get that data out of. Okay, so now we need to build out the other component. All right, and that's why I've kind of started to categorize these, so that as we build these components out, you can kind of see this might get kind of messy as far as Visual Studio, so we'll kind of organize the code appropriately. And again, if anybody's watching who's just joined and you have any questions about what we're doing, if you want to share an opinion or some experience, feel free. I'm not doing this as, hey, I'm an expert, listen to me, I know everything I'm doing. I'm doing this, here's my experience of doing this, here's my thoughts on doing this, and we can discuss things as we go. So one of the challenges, by the way, going back to the point of the question of shouldn't we not like make other systems come and ask us for the data? The challenge with doing that is basically what you end up doing is creating an API interface for every single service, because then you actually then have to share that API, and other systems have to come and say, hey, I want this, right? It does make it incredibly chatty. Register's done. Essentially, we're now at this part, right? So we've done that part. We've now done that part. We're now here. Actually, I kind of like. I should do this more often. I should actually lay out a plan and green light everything we've done so we can see how much progress we're making. It works pretty effectively. So yeah, if you make every other system come and ask you for information, you can't do that through mass transit, right? Because mass transit is based around sending commands or publishing events. If you do it that way, then you send a command to say get this data. Well, that you can't use it for two-way communication like that, right? The commands won't make much sense. So you'd have to present an API around every single component of the system, and every other system that cared would have to consume that, and you would end up with a potentially very chatty and quite a wide what's the word, footprint for every single service in the system. Okay, so let's do this. I didn't commit it, did I? Did I commit it? Yes, I did. Why did it create it as master again? I thought I'd fixed that. Did I not set that? I do prefer the updated version of that. I think it is right. Let's rename that before. Control 1. cd dev project stream cd pizza as a service. We're going to do git add, git commit, added new account, and introduced mass transit. Oh, I forget I'm in this. What is it? Is it just a single hand? Nope. I know there's a way of doing it all in one command, but git status, git branch main. On branch main. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now we get to what we're going to term right this second as customers, right? Again, this is an area. I'm going to make it I'm going to make it its own program right this second, but ultimately we might find that this doesn't quite fit neatly in one little box, and this becomes its own subsystem with other services. So for right now, I'm going to create a folder called customers. It's not going to let me do it that way, is it? Will it let me create commands now and move that under? No. But it's a Visual Studio folder. It's not even a. That's what I'm saying. It's just a solution folder. It shouldn't really matter what I call it, but it's conflicting with the name. Therefore, it can't make it. Okay. So we're going to create. At this point, we have no interaction with the service other than things that happen in the system, right? So sorry, I'm getting a really dry throat. We need to. We don't have a need to do anything special, right? We just need to be able to process messages and deal with things that happen. So all we need to do is create a service. We don't need to create anything more. So we're going to create a console app. Thank you for the follow, Void. Welcome. So we're going to categorize this again as customer. So we have customer interactions, and right now we're going to call this customer. So customer interactions will be, the visual component interacting with customers. Customer will be the services around customer, and we will end up with folders for all the other things that we want to develop, right? And again, once it gets to a certain point with this, the pieces are in place, you'll be able to see the mass transit components. We can talk about where Kafka would come into play, why we would need Kafka over mass transit in some situations, which in full disclosure, I do not have planned in my head right this second. I'm trying to do this a little bit more on the fly so that it can I can have the discussion either with myself or you out loud. So yeah, the idea would be if you wanted to take it and work on a component again, you can take this project. Once I push it up to Git, it'll be there for everyone to use. But the messaging basics will be in there, the things we've talked about, and you can kind of form your own opinions. You're making me want milkshake. Trying to be good. So this is going to be, for right now, this is going to be called the customers service. Customers. I think it's customers. Let's do customers. Customer interactions made sense. Customers. That's going to be folded that way, just to try and neaten this up. Okay. So in here, I'm going to want mass transit. And let's go to the documentation, console app. So that's where I'm going to be looking. And this actually does some of what we would need. This is actually publishing endpoint. This is receiving. So this is the consumer, right? And this consumes the message and has handling that. It doesn't deal with publishing yet. We'll get to that in a second. So we'll get it consuming the message, dealing with it, and whatnot. Because there's a little bit more of a discussion there as well. That I hope. Start RabbitMQ. I think I just need those pieces. Yeah, I just need RabbitMQ for this part. Okay. So let's go down here, and I'm copying and pasting purely for simplicity. I don't want to be spending a whole lot of time typing here. So we create using RabbitMQ out of the factory. Bus control and bus are separate things. Bus control is the thing that configures it, and the bus is the thing that does the sending it, etc. We're going to do what you're complaining about. Our pass cancellation token. Replace with method group. Pass cancellation token. So this starts up and runs for 10 seconds and then shuts down, right? Which is okay. We need a consumer, and this is one of these. Right, so I'm actually going to organize this a little bit. Then we're going to have so this is going to be the the register account consumer, right? So like we'd have the register account handler if we were doing mediator, right? That would be my the go-to. Do you agree? Okay. So now I consume, and this is going to be register account. So we're going to reference commands again. Account commands is safe to reference. And what we'll do, implement missing members, and then we're going to do console.writeline context.message dot, right? So context.message dot first name, context.message dot surname, context.message dot email, right? It's not awaitable. Don't know why I wrote it like that, but never mind. Return task.completed task. We just need to do that. How do they get away with that then? I should have complained all the time. So this is now going to be the register account consumer, right? So it will register that with this and this queue. Now I'm pretty sure that what I need there, and we're going to test it because we can figure this out pretty quick, right? Pages, new account, naming. I've called it new account there, but yeah, I think it needs to be that, and we'll see what happens. Let's run this as it is. For right now, we're just going to start this up. Nothing happened. Right? If we go back to our queues, we now have event listener and register account. Go in here, let's delete this. I think that needs to be register account because that's the queue we're listening to. I'm not sure why we'd register multiple consumers. But yeah. So let's run that again. There we go. So now we shouldn't have any messages in that queue, right? Because we've said we care about that queue. If I actually did have multiple services start up and talk to that queue, that would be a problem, right? Because the first one, it would be first in, like the first one to grab it would get it, and then it'd be done, right? So now I have no data in there. So let's go here. Yeah, we're going to set startup projects now. So now we want to start the website, and we want to start the customer service at the same time, right? Welcome to Pass Pizza as a Service. Okay, so what should happen is when I hit this, we should see the details appear over there. So let's do Charlie Brown, C Brown at whiny.com. If you stay up late a lot, yeah. Okay. So the service right now is consuming is set up a consumer. Well, like when Greg and Chris joined earlier on, right? Chris pointed out quickly that you're only at a 4-hour difference right now, so it would normally be 3 in the morning. So what's happening is the service starts up, and we've set a receive endpoint on the register account queue, right? This is a queue, and then we set a consumer of register account consumer, which will consume that message, right? So right now, I consume it. That's great. It gets a register command, and again, we'll only receive one message, right? So if we have multiple people trying to consume that message, they're going to conflict, and no one's going to be successful if they're relying upon that. Yep. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Hey, Harry Plays Music. How are you? I'm good. How's things? Right. So we have a consumer. It's not doing very much. But what we're going to do right this second is that definitely builds. Yep. We are going to a bit bored. Git add, git commit, add consumer for. Thank you for the follow, Harry Plays Music. I'll say Harry from now on, if that's all right. Add consumer for register customer, register account. Yes. Right. So let's go and do this so that I don't TBD develop, TBD friends. So what brought you here? Bit bored? Is there anything specific that stood out? So TBD friends, we're going to create a repository up here for this now. So let's do a new one. and pizza as a service. Okay, cool. Well, there are. So you're just starting on that journey. My apologies. I have a. Yeah, pizza as a service. um, sorry, I'm being nagged for extra time on phone by child. Okay, so yeah, pizza as a service comes from. All right, we are building what we are building here is a little bit complicated. Or what? Not we're not building all this in one stream. We're building a very small part of this in one stream. But yeah, pizza as a service is we're looking at it as a complicated architecture for something very simple. Pizza. I did a bit of a HTML and CSS last year, but never really stuck with it. Decided on a whim earlier to actually get serious about it, start learning. Find something you enjoy doing with it. Find, something to just keep you engaged with it. It can be very dry if all you're trying to do is learn syntax. So, for reference, I've been a developer for 20 years. I don't know this, right? I'm not going to pretend I'm an expert in any of this domain, this pizza and serving food and all that sort of stuff. I don't even know the technologies I'm using right this second well enough to speak to their abilities. What I'm doing is exploring as I go, learning and understanding what I don't know. Also, what I'd really like to do is game development, thinking of picking up Unity or Unreal Engine and learning with that. Yep. If you've never programmed before, Unity might be a little easier. So what I'm using here is C#. Unity is based on it uses C# as its programming language. C# is a little easier to read. Unreal Engine uses C++, which is a little harder to get into and understand, and Unreal is a far more complicated engine. But yeah, Unity uses C#. I'm not a game developer. I don't have the talent there. But yeah, okay, we need to do pizza as a service. We'll leave the description for now. Make it public. Create a repository. Yeah, I mean, like Mr. Anhorn says, you can start with the concepts of games without doing graphics. That might be a little easier to get into because, the two concepts, there's a few streamers. If you user 335, I think it is. It looks like he's not having a great day today. But yeah, user 335. He's taught himself how to use Unity. He's working on a game, his first game ever. He's persevered, and it's taken him, I think, a couple of years now. But yeah, he's the first person that comes to mind when I think about self-taught Unity. But he's worked very hard. He's got a great deal of commitment, and he listens to Eye of the Tiger on loop, and has done for years. I think he's like 10,000 plays through or something crazy like that. Games to learn programming, you will learn 80%. Oh, yeah. Um, Also, Grumpy Game Dev. He uses F Sharp, but he does do 2D games, and he's also very knowledgeable on the mechanics. And he has used things like um, other libraries. What's it called? Graphics libraries. Yes, but me too. I Part of this stream, by the way, is the reason TBD Gamer is I actually do have a large games collection. I do like playing games. Um, I can't get one day maybe the concept of a game will be like, I get it now. I understand what to do. But no matter how much code I look at, it just won't settle in. I've never figured out how to make a game. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna push this up now so it's available before I forget, because it is git remote add origin. What kind of games am I into? Um, Pretty much all games. I have a collection of about 1,000 games, um, physical games, um, across consoles dating back 40 years or more. Um, yeah, all of them. I love RPGs. Um, I like city building games as well, which you don't get often on consoles. Um, but there are some really good ones over the ages. Racing games are fun. Sports games. I mean, again, I've got um, on Thursdays the stream will be concentrating on mobile development, and right now I'm developing an application to track the game collection. So Thursday streams will be mobile. Uh, yeah, yeah. I mean, I've got 25 consoles, um, and the biggest collection is a PS4 with 200 games. Um, the PS3 comes in second with 100 and something games, I think it is, and then the others have anywhere between 30 and 80 games. Yeah, so yeah, that's normally set upstream origin. Oh, it's git push. Is this now? This is the renaming, right? So because the default would be master, they've now put the renaming inside of it, so you automatically push main. Nice. View origin main. What? It's because I did HTTPS. It's because I did HTTP. Yeah. Git remote. I need to remove the remote. Git remote. Git remove remote. If I'd done git at, it would have worked, right? Because it would have used my SSH. It's because I used HTTP. It wants to. My password's massive. I don't know. Git remote. Git remote RM origin. So what are you coding for right now? Right now, what we're doing is this isn't the beginnings of programming stuff. Unfortunately, this is so what we're writing is we've kind of discussed this system of pizza as a service, and these are all the parts that we kind of brainstormed that go into getting a pizza to a customer, right, and making money and marketing, etc. And basically, we're kind of going to build through some of the example, through some of the pieces of the system, in the hope that people in the chat, people who contribute to the stream, they are able to take this and build their pieces onto it and do their things and kind of use it as an example. But we're also able to discuss some of the concepts as we go along. Yeah, they've done the main renaming. Nice touch. They've got that rolled out pretty smoothly as well. Yeah, so what we've worked on this evening so far, we're not quite done yet, is we've basically built out the pieces, and I'll show it in a second. It looks really simplistic, but the parts are more impressive. Git at github.com tbd friends pass.git. Will it let me do that? Okay. Git push u origin main. There we go. Okay, I need to take a quick 60-second break to get water, otherwise I'm going to start coughing. I will be right back. I'm going to put an ad up, so I apologize if you get an ad. It does help keep pre-rolls off for people joining. So I'm going to run that, and I'll be right back. I did it in 1 minute. Okay. Hopefully that does remove. Twitch still says it does remove pre-rolls for people coming into the stream for the next 20 minutes. So hopefully they hold to that. Okay, so here we go. The code is there up to now. Obviously, it needs a little bit more. You also would need you, my friend, need more internets. You would also need the thing you need the Docker Compose. So right now, you would need something like this. And with that running, the things would work. Nice. Okay, so how does this work? So what happens is we start this, and we will need to get this to the point of publishing, right? So we have this service. This is the customer service. This will be running in the background on a different server, in a different location, potentially, depending on your architecture. And we're going to do Jim McLeod. Jim at cloud.com. Right. So we're going to register this customer. Now, this service running over here is disconnected. We're just sending a command from this site. We hit that and we get Jim McLeod, Jim at McLeod at cloud.com. Yes, I did. I got more water. My throat got incredibly dry. Although the one thing I do realize is I'm actually talking even more than I would normally. So, yeah. Okay. Because I'm not typing for long periods of time. I'm actually talking through everything. So my throat's getting dry. So there we go. We have The messaging, we know that we can check the queue. So right now, if this service fails, right, does this fail, right? So John Smith, J Smith at example.com, right? We submit that. There's no error here. We don't fail, right? Our system's still up. We just don't know what happened here. If we go and look at the queue, we have a message sat there. And if we look at that message, it's John Smith at example.com. And we could keep doing that, right? So when we're designing the system, that's a thing we have to allow for. We have to understand what that means. And going back to Mr. Anhorn's point earlier on about, do we just send data? Do we get confirmation? How do we deal with that? Well, that's now where we start to design this piece. We have to understand, and if you've never done this before, or even if you have done this before, every single use case is going to be different. A PM might demand a behavior, right? In which case you say, okay, then you can't have the distributed nature. You lose scalability, you lose resilience, but you get immediacy, right? And that's you have cap. Is it cap? Yeah. Right? You have cap theorem. Consistency, availability, or partition tolerance, right? You can have 2 out of 3, right? You can't have everything, right? So those are the what's the word? Those are discussions you have to have, because it's kind of the database / distributed stuff, right? So if a product manager says to you, I need the customer to know that they've got an account right this second, okay, then you can't have high availability or partitioning or whatever. You have to have, what do you want to happen here? Because the consistency is, eventual consistency is something you have to allow for. If you can distribute the data, if you can distribute the actions of the system, you have to say it might not work that well, right? Because if this service failed, right, or the server that the customer service was on hard failed, right, what happens, right? Well, no data should be lost, because the RabbitMQ system, which was distributed across multiple servers, that didn't fail. That did its partitioning properly. That did all the data correctly. But what happens next? Right. If I bring the service back up, right, there you go, John Smith processed. Now you get told John Smith processed. So you need to design that into this system. What happens if? What happens when? Right. And know those use cases. If you're relying upon this coming back, right, if you've set a process going that when I hit submit, it just does a little circle, and start thinking about websites where you've seen that behavior, right? Start thinking about websites that you've sat there like, is anything happening? And I guarantee you, everybody in chat has to have an idea of a site they've seen do that to them. You've gone to order something, or you've gone to do something, and it's just sat there, and eventually it comes back, or it doesn't come back, and you refresh the page and it's like, oh, invalid state, or oh, you've already got this data, or all manner of different things. You're designing the system not just for capturing the problem, but you've also got to design everything you do around your code. Everything you do around the system now has to allow for certain things to happen or certain things not to happen. And that doesn't mean masses of logging and error handling and being scared of it. It means understanding how to react to it, understanding how to recover from it and understanding how to describe that to the people who don't have a clue how this works, right? So if your PM can say, okay, well, I click the button, but nothing happens, well, then you've got a design issue here because you're not relaying enough information to the user. You've got a design issue potentially other places, right? Because nothing happened. So maybe what we decide should happen is we should sit here and wait. Oh, there's one other piece we need to do, right, for this to go forward. Thank you for the follow, Ruth Park. Welcome. So let's move to the next piece, the final piece of this. And we're not going to answer all the questions, right? These are things that are going to keep coming up. We're going to keep asking the questions. We need to store the account, right? We actually need storage because we actually have to publish account registered, right? What piece of technology are you going to use for async callbacks, for example, in this case, when the queue process registration? Not sure yet. Things to discuss. So again, we're not trying to build the perfect system, right? We're trying to discuss as we go. Have I solved that problem right this second? No. How have I solved that in the past? We basically said it was okay in the last case I did of this. Once that account was registered, we took them to a success screen and we said, you'll receive an email shortly. Confirm it. So now think of all the systems where you've received an email to confirm your account. That serves two purposes, right? It confirms that you are definitely giving valid details. So it actually moves that customer from now a potential spam account to valid because they've actually gone and clicked a link and confirmed it. It also gives your system time for eventual consistency because the piece that publishes that can only publish that when it's got a customer registered, which means you've got all the right parts in place and you can move things forward, right? So maybe that's your design. So you're not really asynchronously touching the website. The website's not sat there queued waiting because that might be a bad design. For orders and stuff, that's obviously a different challenge, right? Because you don't want to receive an email. Are you sure you want that order? Right? We wouldn't be very happy with websites if we got an email asking us to confirm. So what we might consider is using something like SignalR, right, where we basically put this cycle, the circle on there. We when we get the confirmation message, we push back into there. We say, okay, order confirmed, and we let that process continue. We just provide them an order number or whatever, or we take them to their account, which now makes a query and has data published. Right? So, there's a few ways of handling of that process. Orders obviously have a different behavior, and again, that's what I'm going into. Right? You need to understand how data moves around your system. Okay, so let us. Welcome, by the way, Boban. I don't think I've seen you before in here, but my apologies. There are occasions where customers have to approve payments before the order can proceed. Yep. And again, that's part of your cycle, right? That's part of the entire process is, okay, what needs to happen? When does it need to happen? What effects are there? And again, by describing the system, and this is why the naming comes back as being very important, right? If you're inconsistent on the naming, it's harder to describe these pieces to people, right? But as far as naming goes, making sure that you understand that process and the commands are kind of representing things that happen, picking up on the fact that it needs to be done, approved, etc., would be possible from the commands of the system and the flow of the system as well, because by the time, this is one command with 3 pieces of data. We're not storing it yet. We're not doing anything complicated yet, but look at how much we've got so far. And we're not even scratching the surface of this piece. So, or rather, where was it? This piece, the this trifect, this thing. So yeah. Okay, so we need to store that now, right? Um, well, hopefully, hopefully this is interesting for people. Again, if you have a thought or an opinion or a belief that I'm wrong, don't be afraid to call me out on it. As long as you can say, "Hey, actually, look at this. This is how I would do it," or here's actually an article pointing to a design thing. I would rather me look like a fool and make sure that people understood the right way or a better way than I would me relay incorrect information. Um, as embarrassing as that could be, but I'm okay with that, and I can learn. Okay, so we need to store something without spending hours um, messing around. All right. Here's my challenge. How do I start up another Docker container with Mongo in it? I do not want to use this Mongo instance. It has to be on a different port. That's the streams Docker Mongo instance. I don't want to mess with that. So we're going to use Mongo because we can just write an object to a database and get it back out with relative ease. We can create a simple repository around it. We don't have to worry about the refinement there. We can talk about, yeah, I'm not sure. How do I do this? I understand how to pull the image. Create new container. Create Mongo container on different ports. Well, I just need to map it, don't I need to do something like that. So let's do Docker images, Mongo. Yeah. Yeah, I probably need to give it a different name. Yeah. So I think that's what you're describing. Docker compose.yaml. Thank you, Void. Do I need the version there? For people who haven't been in the stream before, I am not. I'm trying to get better with using Docker and MongoD. Yeah, and I wanted to go to two. Hold on. All of a sudden, I'm like, gotcha. Thank you. I probably was told that. We actually did a stream a couple of weeks ago with Mr. Anhorn in here, where he kind of walked me through why I was creating a Docker file and how I was creating a Docker compose. And ever since, I've been abusing my small amount of knowledge about it. Yeah, I like. Yeah, so we actually want to go to 217, and that should do. Actually, I want to name that. So that's right now. I have Mongo in there. That's the name it's going to give it, right? So Mongo Dev. Yeah, I definitely see the flexibility and the power, and I do believe I do believe that Docker makes development, just the development aspect of it. I haven't even got into like Mr. Anahan was saying with the Kubernetes stuff. You know, just the development aspect of it just makes it so much more flexible. Yeah. So I can do Docker compose up -d Docker ps -a. There's mongodev underscore mongodev1. It doesn't really matter. It will work. Not mongoose. NoSQL. Do I not have it on here? Oh no, you know why? Because I also use Visual Studio Code for this as well. I've got a feeling that Visual Studio Code is being slightly overpowering. Yeah. Okay. So we have a connection to that. Yeah. Did you just activate the one in Docker Desktop? What? Oh, okay. You're doing that. Okay. So we have Mongo. One of the things that would be helpful is if, as you're watching, if you see pieces I'm doing that would be useful to put in the README, I need to know what, because obviously it would be awesome if you would be able to check, if you would be able to. No, I'm failing at the English. If as someone who wants to pick this up and tinker with it, if it'd be possible for you to just check it out and run, that'd be fantastic, right? So I would really love to make sure that the README is documenting out these pieces. I think so far, if I basically provide a Docker Compose file, it would be pretty simple, right? What I don't want to do right now is make these Docker Compose though. I just want the Mongo and the RabbitMQ components. I think that would be helpful because for development, Dockerizing them is a little harder. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we'll do that. We'll have to get into a cadence of issue tracking and stuff as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do for right this second, I'm going to do this pretty roughly because again, I don't know what the rest of the system is going to look like. I don't know what I want to design this as. I'm not trying to plan out an architecture here, so I'm going to keep things kind of close until I see a need for them and wider, and then we'll refactor and move things around and generalize there. Okay, so it can mean making a mess of your actual code, but it's one I'm willing to risk right now because I can always clean things up later. Okay. So we can create Mongo repository right this second. And we got to do a quick refresher on C# driver because I don't do this often enough to actually remember it off the top of my head. Okay, so we're going to need a little bit of infrastructure here. We need a new item. We're at least going to make it configurable. Yeah, I always do that one. Connection strings. Mongo DB, and that's going to be, I think it's basically Mongo DB localhost 27018. I think is how we do that. DB client. How do I want to do this? I Mongo client, private I Mongo database, database equals client dot get database customers. We're just going to name it customers right now because we want to align it to us. Then public async task add t entity. I'm resisting the can I do no name of t or give me name t. Yeah, database dot create dot get collection of t collection name. Obviously I would normally not try and expose the internal pieces of Mongo, but we've been through this before as well a long time ago, where this gets tricky with insert one async, and we're going to insert a entity and insert one. Okay. There you go. We can add one. Create models. I'm going to create let's do resharper, extract interface, Mongo repository. Really? Pull members up. There we go. We're going to need configuration. We're going to need DI. Extensions.configuration. DI might be a little bit difficult to do at the second, so we're not going to do that one. We're going to do configuration though. I don't want to get in the mess that is configuring DI and wiring it up and then getting the instance of and making sure this does what it needs to do, because I don't know if there's extra extensions required to get this to be dependency injected, because obviously I need to have CTOR. I actually now need Mongo repository in there, right? And then we're going to do repository dot add new customer, right? And then that's going to be create type customer, public string public GUID ID, public string first name, public string last name, surname. Be consistent. public string email. Apart from not being able to type this evening again. Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to move that to models. That fits there. And then first name equals context.message.firstname. Surname equals context.message.surname. Email equals context.message.email. And then we're going to await that. And that needs to be async. That should have worked there. Oh, customers. Customers collection. I'm going to call it that way for right a second. Consumer. And then we don't need to do that. But now we need to get this working, right? So, yeah, that's not like that. So let's go to mass transit. Advanced. Can help. Configuration. See, in ASP.NET Core, it's nice and easy because I would imagine there's a DI. You've obviously got the service collection. Dependent. Unless the application type requires a dependency injection container, the examples below do not include examples of using one. To learn about container configuration, including examples, refer to the container section. Consumer registration. We're going to need DI. Awesome. Yeah. Okay. So we need DI. Luckily, they're giving us an example of how to wire it up straight away, so that's fine. So I'm going to cheat just temporarily. So we create a new service collection. We add mass transit. So why do we not have add mass transit? Oh, because it's an actual extension for mass transit. That's useful. Dot extensions dot dependency injection. Touched on Sunday. Wow. Doesn't get much more. Okay, so we're not doing a consumer receive endpoint. Huh. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Let's see if this works the same, because here we're not even... So we clearly saw that if we change that, we actually got the message, right? But in this configuration, we're not doing that. Submitted order. Oh, this consumer definition. Oh. Well, that's interesting. Huh. So register account consumer definition, right? So what they're doing here is they actually specify of register account consumer. Okay. So rather than have it the wire up in here, right? So we've got it all there. We actually can register a consumer. So a register account consumer definition, right? Which says here's how to set this object up. And then we're going to do CTOR, endpoint name equals, and that's our string from before, so that's why it looks different. The API is different there. Register account. So I did spend some time looking through mass transit documentation, by the way, and some of it is like this, where it works, and some of it is like, yeah, it's just do this. Limit the number of messages consumed concurrently. This applies to the consumer only, not the endpoint. So that's our 8. And then protected override void configure override configure consumer. That's how that does. Okay. We don't need to panic about message retry, etc. We're not getting into that realm yet. That's a whole different task. Once we get to the point where the system's a little bit more complicated and messages are passing around, we'll see some of those challenges of conflicts, and we'll see what happens when services aren't lined up properly. What the configuration nightmares that can happen, because they will happen. Okay. So now we've got the consumer there. What event? 40 people. An in-person event? People? Yeah. Okay, so say that now. Sorry, that's being jerk. So we're still got to be careful, though. So again, what we're going to do here is we are going to yeah. I'm not sure I would go to any event that had too many people right now. Allowed or not allowed necessarily. Just to keep away from it as long as possible. Karate has like 8 or 9 people all spaced out. For gatherings, if I remember, it's 20 outside, 15 inside here. Right. I know the UK in certain places. Was it who got in trouble? One of the newsreaders got in trouble for saying she was going to ignore the guidance so she could have Christmas with her family on TV. Eek. Okay, so what we've done is we've flipped things, so the bus controller is now dependency injected, which means everything is dependency injected. So we've set up, so it's basically allowed the entire stack to be built. So rather than before where we were saying, okay, use this consumer, yeah. So now we will get dependency injection. We just need to configure that part, right? So services dot add. I don't think it matters. I think the underlying Mongo driver actually creates a singleton regardless, and deals with things. So we need iMongo repository. Repository pattern. How does that pertain to your a NoSQL DB to SQL? That's a different design. Mongo repository services that add. Actually, I think you can add that, and it doesn't really matter. Scoped. I don't think it actually matters. I Mongo client is going to be a mess without any pushes for weeks. So switching out, sorry, I'm asking, and I didn't implement a repository pattern. So switching out the DB caused a ripple effect right to the front end sagas. Read a mess without any pushes for weeks. Yeah, the repository would give you. Depends though, because the design for NoSQL can be very different than a SQL database, because the relations can be different. Can be if you design the data in the exact same format. So you create the repository and then swap out the repository, so what you're accessing just changes how you're accessing it. Like that's what this is doing, right? So I'm referring to it as Mongo, but I'm creating an add method. If I generalize these names, right, and I just implemented the Mongo repository of I application repository, it would allow me to still add the same objects or query the same objects, etc. But as I've gone through before, this sort of stuff really trips you up in Mongo. And there's behaviors that are really hard to deal with when you don't know. Yeah. Yeah. No build for weeks. Yeah. Well, the repository pattern is, I mean, it's it's an abstraction, right? So let's do this. Git. No. Not. I want to go to do factory. Oh, they've changed that up. What's the patterns? Programming. I can't think of the right word. What's the website I'm thinking of? Software design patterns. Software design patterns. She just told me that it was telling me something. Where am I thinking? I'm looking for a specific site and I can't remember the name of it right this second. It's not Do Factory. There's another site that's really awesome with pictures. What's the site? Design patterns, software. Come on. Yeah, that's the book on design patterns. Great, awesome. Do Factory. That's the Gang of Four. The design patterns book. Refactoring Guru. That's the one. Thank you. That's the one I'm thinking of. Thank you, Janicus. So, do they have repository in here? I think they do. No, they don't have repository. Awesome. Okay. So, yeah, it's not in that one. but it's design patterns. That's what it's talking about. So here's how I'm using it, right? So basically, what I'm doing is I'm decoupling my consumer code, right? So let's actually let me rename this. Right, I'm decoupling my consumer code from my actual data storage mechanism, right? That's the goal there, right? I'm creating a specific instance of Mongo repository. If I wanted to do the SQL server, I create SQL repository. The challenge with Mongo comes from collection names, etc. Those are really, you have to design things for that, or you end up with quite a mess trying to hide the fact that it's using Mongo. So I don't necessarily believe the repository pattern helps with the abstraction in the way that I think you're trying to get it to work. It's a disconnect. Is it a facade? I don't think it's a facade. I don't think that's the right one to say. So basically, what you're trying to do is you're saying, okay, I don't care about how I implement the storage. I just use storage. So if we go to the consumer, iRepository add. I don't need to know about Mongo or SQL or whatever. I'm just saying store it. My question there was, realistically, you design a NoSQL database very differently than you design a relational database, right? They do tend to behave slightly differently. So you've got to be careful about how you do it. I don't think it works too easily on generics. It may do. I will try that later. I was just trying to move forward. All other ways of doing it is to put attributes on classes. But again, if you then change out your data implementation, if you wire anything into these objects, you end up with specifics for one platform over another, and then it kind of defeats the point in writing the repository. So really what I'm doing is just creating a data access layer here. I'm not really using the repository for the benefit of disconnecting the storage mechanism from the actual code. The issue is the data implementation was coupled right to the Saga's APIs causing the front end when that should probably have stopped within a single class. Right, yeah. So the repository in this instance would actually give me testability and independence. So I would be able to test this consumer, given I could mock up all the concerns, which that might be a little hard. But in essence, I should be able to test this consumer without actually caring about Mongo, right? I can just say, I have a repository. Did I call the right method? Yes, I did. Okay, we're good. Because if there was logic involved in this, it would be more. So for you, writing the repository should be anywhere where you add data, remove data, query data, etc. You kind of take that method, make it a repository method, and then interact with your database that way. But once more, the relational versus NoSQL database design, it could trip you up if you design for that NoSQL. Yeah. So what I'm doing here is I've created a generic add method, and that will insert a T entity, which means I don't care about what. There are ways of doing it with specifics. So you could have a repository of T, and then everything is of T. If you just insert into a single collection every time. I kind of don't go for that first because it makes it makes it a little bit messier, and then I end up with creating a customers repository and an addresses repository, etc. So, but that is another way of doing this with being able to extend it by adding specific methods. So if I had a repository of T, and then I had a public class customers repository, which was an iRepository of type customer, then I could potentially put specific methods on this that refer to the customer. Right? So there is that. Kid Queb, welcome. Thank you very much for the raid. That needs to be our repository. We need to just move this forward. So we're not over engineering this right this second. We're not worrying too much about the refinement of this design. It may change. So hey, Kid Queb. Good evening. How's things? working on the book site this evening again? Okay, so basically we just need to configure these things. So this needs to be nice. So provider, and then we're going to do new Mongo client, and then we're going to need the configuration. So we now need configuration. Var configuration equals new configuration builder dot add. We need JSON. Productive is good. We've been pretty good this evening ourselves. So this evening we're working on. So a couple of weeks ago, oh no, last Tuesday. It feels like a couple of weeks ago now. Basically, we're doing pizza as a service. Thanks for the rake, kid. Have a good one. Good night. I'm going to screw the second part of that. That's why it's short on that then. So for those joining us, we kind of went through this design last week. And what we did is we talked about, okay, we're going to create pizza as a service, and we're going to create a website, and we're going to do all these pieces. And we kind of went through analyzing all the components we could think of that might be involved in creating a slightly more complicated pizza service. The idea being that we're not focusing on any specific design. We're just kind of brainstorming, and then we're going to build out these components. So this evening, we've begun building out the create customer. The code is shared, so the idea will be that if you want to take the code and tinker with it and do your own thing, you can do. But we're going to focus on distributed computing, microservices, and learning and growing as we go. So this evening, what we've done is we've created a website, and we've created a register account command. We then consume that in a service, which then we're about to store it into a database, a MongoDB, and then we're going to publish an event from that. And looking at the time, we're going to try and do that as quickly as possible. Extensions, configuration. So what I'm doing right now is setting up the configuration so that I can pull the connection string out, insert the MongoDB. And once we got that working, we actually have app settings.json. And because I've got a console app here, this needs to be content, copy always, right this second. I want all the changes to come from it. So we're going to do configuration.get connection string MongoDB. Right. So we can set up when it asks from Mongo client, we're going to give a provider, we're going to insert a new, and that's going to be a singleton. And then when we ask for a repository, we will give it a repository. Actually, that does need to be Mongo repository. That one should be specific. I want to make sure that that's clear. And then that will do that. We'll get our database, and then we should be able to do that. Mongo does deal with the, in its internals, it definitely does deal with the connection pooling and whatnot. So MongoDB, okay, that's done. We're getting our bus from the dependency injection. We're setting up our configuration. So everything looks right there. Let's see what happens. So when we run, we should get a website and a service start. And I think I left in the console. Yeah, so we should still see the account appear there. We shouldn't see a crash. So register, Angela. Good night, Ancient Coder. Thank you. Sorry I didn't quite hit the end. It will be in the VOD though. I'm going to go until I get the message publishing the event. So check back tomorrow. Good night. Thank you. Jessica.Fletcher@murder.com. So we see the event. This didn't crash. So let's go over here and refresh that. We have customers. We have customers. Do we have documents? We have documents. And there we go. There's our customer, right? With our nice new ID of our customer. So on the topic of ownership, the thing to remember is this specific piece of data, the customer data, is owned by this service, right? They are the source of truth for this customer now, right? They are the publisher of the ID. They are the owner of that information. Any other system that contains that information now is, that information should not be considered owned by that. It shouldn't change that. It should never, if it needs to do something to that data, then we need to talk about the messaging that's necessary to relay that information, right? We don't want to give ownership of customer to anybody else. So marketing, they might have the first name, last name, email of that person, but it's a copy of that data. It's not the actual data, right? Anything that they do with that data would come from being triggered by the customer's service, right? If a customer orders something, they might get told about it. So the ordering system might need to store something about the customer. They don't need the name though, necessarily, unless they do tickets, in which case then they need the name. So these are the things that we will have to go into as we go further forward. Who owns what? Who should trigger what? How do you communicate these things? All manner of questions we have to answer. But for right now, we do have first try, just to point that out. First try, we have a customer, right? So we've now persisted customer number 1. That's not bad considering all the code I just put in there. No failure. Awesome. So let's commit that. Yeah, that's me tooting my own horn. So git status, git add, git commit, no, git add, git commit, introduced Mongo, save customer in collection, git push. Okay, so again, all that code is in the GitHub repository up to this point. Obviously missing the relevant Docker files to configure a RabbitMQ instance and a MongoDB instance, but everything else should be fine. No passwords or anything in there, so it's safe. Okay, so we have one more thing to do, and that is tell everybody that we received the customer, right? So I'm going to create another project at this point. Again, this is, for right this second, this serves the purpose of separating things. We can design, we can talk about the design, we can debate all we like at another point as to whether something should live in somewhere, whether there is a need for things to be reorganized. All open for discussion. So I put this in commands. Not yet. We're just getting started, right? So right now, I would recommend if you want to tinker with this and play, you should fork the repository, and you can check it out and add things to it and do whatever you want with your version of it, right? And once we get underway, you'd be able to check it out again and do something else. So right now I'm going to create a shared folder. I think shared works because I'm going to call this events. And I've also missed doing something as well, which is easy to forget once you get underway with these things. Manage. So I'm going to create a new solution folder. I'm going to put that in shared. They're going to move these two up into there. Right. Customer interactions, and shared. Right. And this is going to have the other side of that. Right. And what I was about to say was actually something we'll do last. Namespacing. I forgot to namespace. So this, if we're registering an account, the event is account registered. Right. Again, consistency. It follows. You don't want to customer registered. We're saying register account, therefore we are an account was registered. So we're kind of making sure that naming is shared. So account registered. And this has public GUID ID, public. Now we don't need to share the same details if we don't want to, but we're going to. It is a chance to talk about, okay, do we need more data? Do we need less data? Is it right to share everything on there? And again, that comes down to your system design, right? What are we looking at? What are we trying to do? What needs to be published? Who cares about this, right? You're going to decide who cares about this long before you actually develop this event, right? Right this second, we know that the website cares about it, the customer interaction system, right? Actually, let's call that customer interactions, of which a component is the website. If we're being more accurate. Right. So yeah. So we want to publish this because this cares about it. Marketing cares about it. So it's kind of in the design, right? You don't want to expose the models. So the customer model inside of the customer service is internal for it because it cares about this thing. And then we're going to do account registered. Right. Reference events. And we're going to do new account registered. That's awaitable. And then ID equals. So this is going to be the challenging part because I'm not sure Mongo is going to do what I think it's going to do here. We need to get the ID. Mongo get ID of document added. C#. Get object ID. Let's see. So we just need to. So what I was saying is, if we var customer equals that. Then we do that. And that should work. That could be a subjective opinion. All right. Anything specific? Like there are vaccines that they've announced, or beliefs on whether there are things that can be done. I'm, you know, I don't think anybody in the chat is necessarily offended or anything, but so this is going to be customer ID, first name. So this might fail because, as you saw, remdesivir, but who has a study saying it doesn't do anything? Right. I'm not sure what, you know, what any of them do right this second. I seem to read a different thing about the entire thing every single day. Like there was a study in the UK that shows falling rates of immunity. But they didn't survey the same people every time. But it's big enough sample, it doesn't matter apparently. So I don't know. IPM made a statement that they were going to build and produce something in 6 months. I think all leaders of all countries are trying to, you know, get something. You know, it'd be great to give people answers, especially coming up on a time of family at the end of the year for, you know, for a lot of countries. People are going to want to get together. So anyway, what I was about to say was, I don't know if you noticed the, yeah, we're looking at a long time. So in this document, this is not a GUID, right? But I said it should be a GUID. Mongo ignored that. All right. Because I didn't actually set the ID, and also Mongo by default doesn't store C# friendly GUIDs as its things, right? So there is a setting, and I don't want to put attributes on things because again that goes back to tying my data objects to my implementation of storage. Kind of name. This one's take at least 18 months to build, I assume. And 18 months. Yeah, I to be quite honest, I tend to avoid any any news that I can't do anything about. Which, as of right now, all I can do is stay away from as many people as possible, and try and be good. So basically what you can do is in your Mongo client configuration, I think it is, there is settings, and you can tell it how to do IDs. I think it's in the client settings. He says, with supreme confidence, and he's wrong. Is it on the database? Mongo, use C# GUID. Da, 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 da. Oh, there's a way of doing it. Oh, it'd be in the documentation. That'd be awesome. Getting started. It's like a legacy or something like that we set. I'll know it if I see it. Object ID. So that is the ID we're seeing there is a Mongo internal ID, a Mongo object ID, I believe. 12 byte object ID value consists of 4 byte, 5 byte, whatever. Mongo use legacy GUID ID. No, that's UUID. There is a setting, and I don't want to put BSON ID on there. You should specify attribute BSON ID. Okay. BSON object ID is a 12 byte array value consistent. The GUID. Are they taking it out? MongoDB use GUID as ID field. C# driver. MongoDB still stores UIDs as binary fields, and when such binary fields are accessed from the software, complex. Here you go. UID. Mongo defaults GUID representation standard. No reason. I mean, we can. I just wanted to understand. Like for me, I just automatically go to GUID, right? But you can tell it to override it, and it looks like you can convert from their object ID to whatever. So you can do a few things. What I don't like doing is this, right? I don't like putting the Mongo components as attributes on side of my models. It's not a terrible thing because they are Mongo stored, right? What I can also do is do object ID. Right now it's a Mongo object, it's a BSON object. But then the challenge with that is, what if my consuming system doesn't use Mongo, right? I can't pass an object ID out of my system, right? So this is another concern, right? If everything's using Mongo, then I've got that type on the other side and I can deserialize it. But if I pick up a system and I need to use SQL Server, then I need to know how to convert that object coming in, and that could actually complicate my life, because that now needs to be converted to a GUID or something that is also to figure out the uniqueness, or I'm storing IDs as strings, which I think would probably not be ideal if I'm storing that as a primary key. Something tells me that doesn't index very well. Or perfectly. So if I store it as a globally accepted type that can be converted from to easily every consumer system has that concept, then I don't have to worry about it, right? So that would be my argument for why I would use GUID there. But obviously, like you say, So it's not in there. That was actually Mongo defaults. So that comes from Mongo defaults dot. Oh, deprecated. Configure serializes instead. That's why I'm seeing BSON ID appear more. So they don't want you to do this anymore. Okay. What's the default there? Okay. So this is now not the case. Oh wow, it's 11:45. Okay. I just want to get this to publish. Let's do this. Will that work? Let me see what that'll do. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to get the ID to come back out of the system, right? So let's run this. Bring up our website, bring up our service. We go here, we go register, and then this is BA Baracus, BA at ateam.com. We have BA Baracus, we get our customer. Our customer has an ID. We publish that. There we go. Okay, so now we should have 2 records in our database. It stores. Okay, so it came out as a GUID. By putting BSON ID in there, I told it to do the serialization. So it stores it as a GUID. It refers to it as a GUID because if I look at the actual event in a second, we'll look at that. We'll see we have BA Baracus in there. So we go to RabbitMQ now. We have account registered. We do not have a queue, we have an exchange. But nothing's consuming it, right? So nothing's listening to that event, so no one cares. Therefore, no, we're done. One more commit. Git status. Git add. Git commit. Publish. Register. Add. Shared folder. Events. Publish. Account registered. Git push. So let's do one more service, one more category. So what we're actually going to do, we're going to go a little bit beyond. We're going to create a marketing group, and we're going to do. We actually have one more category there. Let's do. Could argue loyalty is a component of other systems, but there is a marketing aspect to customer loyalty, right? I'm not stretching there. You know, knowing customers, knowing about their buying habits is a component of marketing as well. So that will feed into there. So we're going to add another service in here, and this is going to be a .NET Core application, and we're going to do marketing. Why do I want to put 2 T's? And this is going to be loyalty, right? for right this second. This could be a bit of a stretch, but I actually do think that this is actually one of those situations where, as I said, these aren't necessarily services unto themselves. They can be many services. A loyalty system within the marketing context does make sense to track separately. It's things over advertisements, emails, flyers, etc. Because these could be, these don't necessarily, they aren't necessarily customer interactions, registered accounts. These are, I get a list of emails, I get a list of things to send to, I get a list of addresses. You know, we were talking about it earlier on. Our details basically being sold so that we could get marketed to through text, through messages, through phone calls, etc. Right. So it kind of does follow that loyalty would be a service we have. So in this instance, we're going to bring up customers. I'm going to go here. I don't want to do this right this. I don't want to bring in all the complexity right this second. I just want to see the message comes out. So what we need to do is run over here to mass transit once more, and we need to be a consumer and publish. Consumer must be given on a receive endpoint, and skipped messages, consumer factories, connect consumers, instance, receive endpoint. So I think what we just need to do is something similar to this. Again, I've got to kind of get my head around the whole configuration. I was talking about this with someone the other day. You know, the whole exchanges, queues, who owns what. Like we saw that, you know, they have to kind of register themselves as interested in something to be able to start receiving something, and the configuration actually does go along with things. So this is going to be the loyalty service, and we're going to create a consumer, right? And then this is going to be the this is going to be slightly different. This is going to be the account registered consumer. So we're kind of indicating that it's in response to an event based upon the past tense action, right? I consumer of account registered reference events. This may or may not work. Console.writeLine. Customer context.message.id was registered with context.message.lastname context.message.email. Okay, so we're just going to display something, and then we're going to do return task.completed task. All right. So this is going to be the account registered consumer. Again, I'm not 100% confident this will work the way I intend right this second, but I think what this should do is when this starts up, it should say, we should see an endpoint appear, and it will register its intent against that message. We should see bus control. Oh, we need the gubbins from over here. We need this. I just need to start doing things, right? Okay. Async task. We build that up. So for those who have hung out long enough to watch, What's your feeling so far? Is this a does this feel like it's an okay path to head down? Are you kind of are you enjoying this? Are you reserving judgment? Okay, so now we should see 2 service windows start up and a website, right? So basically, what we should see is a command appear here, a message appear here saying we've got this, and then if things are working, we should almost immediately see something appear here. If we go and look at Rabbit, we have the loyalty service as fan out. We have the events there. We have the loyalty service queue there. So let's see what happens. Any bets? So we're going to do Hannibal Smith, hsmith at 18.com. There we go. I like this format. This specifically might be something I do with my cloud platform when I start breaking up the areas. That might be over engineering my case right now. Yeah, I mean, understanding the system, pulling it apart, figuring out, okay, there's an improvement I can make here. Am I doing more than I need to? Some hard questions there. But there we go. So we have created a website that sends a command. It is a command. It is to a point. It goes here. This service picks up that customer. There you go. It then turns around, it stores it, because now this customer service, again, remember, this owns the customer, right? No other system owns the customer. When it receives the account, it creates the account, sorry. The account is a concept within the customers. It publishes that an account was registered. That doesn't mean that we turn around and store account in loyalty, but we can do. If account is a concept within the loyalty service, then that's fine. What we actually might store there is customer details or contacts. We might create a contact history straight away, right? And we mark it down as began service or began showed interest or whatever, right? So it might not be that we represent customer as a concept inside of loyalty service, right? It might be we just track the customer ID there and we don't care about the rest of the details because we never use that detail. It might be that the advertisement service picks up the customer details, it picks up the ID and an email address or whatever, right? So we shouldn't be storing too much data. But the downside to a distributed system like this, the downside to any system that requires the data to move around the system is, and this is one of the key temptations is, oh, well, I've got the customer's database and it's in my database, therefore I'll just query it based upon the customer ID. So designing your systems to be distributed, designing your systems to be distinct from the outset actually helps you break those barriers, because there is no, I can just query, right? You kind of separate everything out. A wallet for customer ID on multiple wallets, yeah. But, identifying ownership, identifying behaviors, identifying messaging directions, we're going to hit struggles. We're going to hit points in depending on how far we take this on stream, because I'm going to kind of every now and then I'm going to poll for, are you still awake? Are you still interested, engaged? Do you want to talk about this? Do you really not care anymore? You're done? Because at that point we stop, right? So this goes as far as everybody's actually got some interest in seeing this go further forward, because I do want to make the right content for the stream. Are there any questions? Do you want me to look at anything specific right this second? There's one other thing I want to do, but this has actually been a 4.5 hour stream. It is midnight and I do have work tomorrow. So let's exit that one. So I think we achieved that, and we actually achieved a little bit more. We actually added no, we didn't do that. We did loyalty. So we didn't really prove that we're publishing very much, but we did prove that we received the message, right? So we could now start up another service, or we could actually, what we should do is the customer's website should now consume that as well, potentially. But we can talk about how, design, etc. another time. Okay, so there's one more thing to do. Git status. So git add. I'll keep wanting to do that. Git commit. Add marketing. Loyalty service. Consume published event. Git push. So just got one more thing to refactor. Okay, so if you remember, I rename spaced this. I should make sure that I'm keeping on top of that. So let's stop running. So this is gamer.customers. So this is the customer's service, which is kind of bad. Gamer.customer.website. So technically, it's a horrible namespace, but for right this second, I have to do it. That's just one of those things. As a team, you should really go through and verify the names make sense at every level. So this is gamer.marketing.loyalty. You want to see the next part. Oh. And this is gamer.commands. That's gamer.events. I hate how it does that. Gamer.events. Refactor, adjust namespaces. There we go. Refactor, adjust namespaces. There we go. Refactor, adjust namespaces. Thank you for the follow. Rizamurti Agki. Please tell me if I'm being offensive with my pronunciation, or if there's a better way. But thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. Vladimir Cabrera, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. We do have a Discord, which I will share updates to this project on if you're interested. And it's not the most active of places, but it is. We do communicate, and I do keep an eye on there. So let's do this, git add, and git commit -m, refactored namespaces. Did I build that then? I did do, right? Yes, okay. Use the 335. Oh, welcome. Good evening. Hope you are well, sir. How's things? Refactored namespaces. How's the game coming along? Git push. Things are good. Nice. So this is pizza as a service. Not bad for startup. No, not bad. So basically, Pizza as a Service is a small project we've started to basically look at distributed systems, microservices, all the buzzwords, not DDD, but basically right now we're kind of going through, and we spent the time last Tuesday. So this is our Tuesday stream project. Tuesdays are this project. Thursdays are mobile. But this evening, what we've done is we've gone through and started writing some code. So I will start things up. So it doesn't look very impressive, right? But basically what we've got here is 3 components of a system. We have a website, which is a component of the customer interactions. We have a customer system, which is the owner of all things customer. And we have a loyalty system in the marketing area that is, it cares about tracking customer loyalty, etc. So we have multiple services. Now, if I go in here and say register, and we have Templeton Peck, and that's faceman at 18.com, right? And we submit that. What we'll see is we'll see a message here and a message here. This message here means that the customer system's got the customer, Templeton Peck, faceman at 18.com. And if we go to here, we'll actually see our, there's faceman, right? So our customer is registered in the customer's database. And then we've just kind of finished this up with, we now have this record over here, which is actually the loyalty system, has now also been told that the customer was registered. So this is an event rather than a command. So our website sends the command to say, register this customer. This system registers the customer and then publishes the customer was registered. So anyone who cares about being notified that a customer was registered can consume that and proceed to do what they need to do with the details that they were told. So yeah, so that was this evening. Unfortunately, I too am hard to finish up because it is midnight for me, and I do have work tomorrow. But if anyone's got any questions, feel free. I'm more than happy to talk about this stuff. This code is all available, and I did just push, right? Yes, that is all pushed. You are in many streams now. So if you're interested, if you want to check out the code, if you want to branch the code, if you want to get this running, it does require some extra knowledge, which I will have to fill in later. You do need RabbitMQ and you do need MongoDB right this second, which I do have, which I will create a Docker Compose file for to start them up. So if you have Docker, this project's much simpler. But there we go. So with that, let's have a look.
Might be a bad team play D plus.
Who wants to go? I've tried out Orleans. I haven't. Well, Orleans is definitely something we can look at. I've previously tinkered with Orleans, and I've also used Akka.net to some success in another project. It's not an area I've spent a lot of time in, unfortunately. I can definitely see the value, but it is something that we can definitely explore as we go forward with the projects. Again, the idea here is not necessarily that I do everything in that diagram on stream. This is meant to be, you know what, if you are interested in taking a part of this, we can kind of show the the ability for any part of the system to be written in any language as long as it can consume. Totally cool stuff. I do Selenium QA work as my day job. I haven't seen stuff built this way. Nice. Thank you. And thank you very much for the raid. I do appreciate that. Yeah, this is not easy stuff. I'm not pretending to be an expert in this. I'm trying to explore my understanding and talk about it at the same time. Also, why not use something more moral? Like Rust, you're risking yourself to eternal damnation by not saving yourself with Morris moral bond. Ah, dear. I don't think I've heard it referred to as more moral before. But yes, we but yeah, the idea being that as we grow with this project out, if you want to take it, if you want to fork this and build your own thing, you can do that, right? That's the flexibility of it. That's the idea. You can take this and build upon it and do all sorts of things with it, and we can explore different technologies like Orleans, like Akka.net, etc. We could actually on stream build components in other languages, such as more moral choices. We can tinker with that and learn about the interactions and how they play. Because obviously in a traditional system, a monolith, all these components would actually be in the main system, right? They'd all be bundled into one big code package, and they would be horrendous. Right now, we've got them in the same solution, but nothing says these have to live in the same world. The marketing system can live completely separate. The customer interactions can live completely separate. The customer services can live completely separate. We can flex this. We can break these things out and not have to worry about how the system. We can scale individual components, and that's kind of what we're going to explore over the coming streams. So I will be back on Thursday. On Thursdays I do I will be doing mobile, and the project right now is a game tracker. I'm still trying to work on tidying that up and getting that functioning fully. Junikus, I hope to see. So we're gonna raid over to Callow. Callow is an awesome streamer, very chill. If you haven't been there before, as we go in, you can use the exclamation attack command, which will cause bugs to invade his stream if he's got it up and running. I'm not. Sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he does. But yeah, so don't forget to use the command. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the new follows and the raids. I really do appreciate. And I will see you all again soon. Good night. Thank you very much.
I should click on it. That's better. Imposter. Who's the imposter? DVD gamer. Hello. Hi. There's no attacking. I'm not on my computer. We're running in limited capacity. I can't even do a proper shout out. How are you guys doing? Let me try it again. Okay. Yes. So you don't hear anything? All the noises. I'm streaming on a laptop. I'm not on my box. We're team viewing into my box right now. So all the fun's, all that part of the fun's gone. How was your stream, TVD Gamer? TVD Gamer is, I don't know if he's working on the collection app for his game collection and just collection app. I guess if you go generic, it makes it more work, right? along this evening. Okay, thank you for coming by. Yeah, I wanted to play Modern Warfare, and my computer won't run PlayStation Remote, so I'm streaming from a laptop, which can. And so the bot's in limited capacity right now. I just have a few things that I can put in the overlay on that OBS because it's not designed like that. Everything is local host and no IP based or anything like that. So lots of things are just breaking. So we're running in extremely limited capacity tonight. We just got the music working earlier while I was playing the game. Install Spotify, change the player ID, and have to like block out some code because this part of the code told it need to find Spotify running on my PC, and Spotify is running on the laptop. So I need to say, yeah, we know Spotify is here, so we can connect to that application. So we have music. Other than that, no red button. Hi rollers, welcome. With all, what up, Moist Booty Boy? And Angelica's again. Yes, no squishing bugs today.